Ladies and gentlemen, Doctor Who fanatics, it's finally here. The biggest, the most ambitious, and the snazziest Doctor Who collection update on YouTube. Before going to this, the time is probably going to be bloody crazy. I don't know at this point in time how long it's going to be, but just get yourself a goddamn picnic for this video, because it is going to be one hell of a ride. It's time for the ultimate showcase. Hello and welcome YouTubers and Doctor Who fanatics to a Doctor Who showcase video, but not just any Doctor Who video, any Doctor Who showcase video, not any big Doctor Who video, but the biggest video on TJ Productions. Ultimate Showcase. I announced this way back when, for some people, because when I did announce it back then, people were thinking, God, the wait is going to be so long. So painfully long. I think I announced this somewhere back in June or something like that. I can't even remember myself. But, yeah, I think for my viewers' point of view, yeah, the wait has probably been quite long. Because if you're waiting for something and in anticipation, you know, the wait feels longer. So, yeah. But for me, it's gone pretty damn quickly, and I was a little bit worried, am I going to pull this off? Am I going to get this in the Ultimate Showcase and things like that? The time went very quick for me. And I was saying to myself, am I going to pull this video off? The hype for this video has really started to build up, especially when I released the trailer. People got like talking, speculating what was going to be in the Ultimate Showcase, what's going to be in the showcase, or people messaging me what Doctor Who rare books I have, what is TJ going to showcase, what is he hiding, what's he going to reveal, you know, stuff like that. I love to see that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, the talk's been big, and people liked the trailer, people really got hyped. There's quite some funny comments in there saying, stop releasing bloody trailers and release the damn thing. You know, I find that stuff really funny, I do. You know, yeah, again, I can see people's point of view. They just want this damn video to be released. Stop being a bloody tease and just give us the Ultimate Showcase. Yeah, this has definitely been the most ambitious project I have done because, well, to get all this rare stuff, it's very difficult. How much I've got, you know, is quite of an impossibility if you look at it. But a little bit crazy on the rare items. And people will probably say, like, how much bloody money have you spent? Like, hundreds of pounds on these, you know, Doctor Who books and whatnot? But, no, really. A few of them I spent a bit of money on, but most of them, you know, I got for brilliant prices. Some fantastic finds. I found one of them in a shop in Cardiff and I thought, Jesus Christ, am I hallucinating? Is that actually there? No, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was just ridiculous. And the shop was selling it for the original price as well. And I looked on Amazon and eBay, I looked at the prices, well, Jesus Christ, you know. And I thought to myself, well, I definitely did get a bargain, absolutely. You know, I have many reasons of why I'm doing this. Not only do I want to set myself like a challenge, a big challenge to do just a gigantic Doctor Who collection update. I'm not just doing it just to challenge myself and to be ambitious. But I'm doing this because I want to inspire people to do Doctor Who collecting and to get rare books and to prove and justify, and I always like to make this point because, well, I'm going to prove it when I show all the stuff I've got. Nothing is as rare as it's made out to be. You know, I say that to people, you know, you can get this stuff at like great prices, and don't get fooled by like Amazon prices. Like, you know, Death to the Daleks hardback is like 375 quid on Amazon. That doesn't mean it's gonna go like that on eBay. You can get it for a £5 if you're lucky, and if you look in the right places. You know, most collectors or eBay sellers, they're really trying to prove that this stuff is like really rare and impossible to get. You know, there's a ludicrous eBay link of the Autumn Invasion hardback, and it started at £899, and it's just slowly going down. And I say to myself, that's just stupid. That is absolutely stupid. Again, it is a non-X library, but still, that's bloody stupid. That is. Like stuff like Campaign as well, 100 quid, stupid. Times Champion, 150 quid, that's stupid as well. But again, it makes sense how this turned out to be, because, you know, when eBay came about, you know, it was really competitive to get all this stuff, and that's how the 1971 annual became very rare. Back in the day, you could, when eBay wasn't even a thing, but the 1971 annual wasn't that rare. It wasn't. But when eBay came around, you know, you can do that. It becomes so much more competitive, it does, over the internet. Because back then, when eBay wasn't about, you know, this stuff was more harder to get, but it would go for less money. But now when eBay's turned up on the scene, you know, these items are a little bit more easier to get than back in the day. But now, you know, it's so competitive and people put so much money on that. And the 1971 annual has just built a bit of a reputation to be, you know, extremely difficult now, and it goes for like hundreds of pounds, it does. And that's how most things have built up such rarity, because of eBay and, you know, sellers just making so much money off it. But yeah, it's not always like that. No, it's not always like that. You can get these rare items for a good price if you just think, if you have the right mind, use the right tactics, and as well you do need a bit of luck as well on your side. As a few of them, like Unboxing 8 for example, that was a bit of luck right there. Anyway, before we begin showcasing all these wonderful items, I'm gonna go through the plan, the structuring, the full structuring of how the Ultimate Showcase is going to play out. You've just witnessed the introduction section, and now I'm just doing the planning section right now. So this is how it's going to work. When that is finished, it will be the individual sections. Section 1, which is Big Finish and books. Section 2, which is the bundles, the eBay bundles. Section 3 is the extremely rare Doctor Who books. I'm going to be unboxing them. Won't be anything like Soval or Sin appearing in there because it's not rare enough. It'll be, you know, very rare, difficult to get Doctor Who books in that one. And Section 4, which is the finale to it all, the end of the Ultimate Showcase, which consists of 3 parts. Section 3 will have 13 unboxings of rare Doctor Who books, and Section 4 consists of 3 parts. Each part is named individual. Part 1 is called 60s History. Part 2 of 3 is called The Ultimate Unboxing. And Part 3 of 3, simply called The End, that is going to be an announcement / reveal. Anyway, that's the plan and the attack for the Ultimate Showcase. Now we will begin. So I hope you enjoy this big ambitious video I've planned, this big project, the Ultimate Showcase. Hope everyone enjoys it. And I said as well, get a picnic, because I think the time length, the duration, it's going to be long. So enjoy it. So here we are now to the showcasing part of Section 1. Big Finish and books. But you know, Big Finish, you just can't compare them to the books. There's just so many books to go through. We're going to quickly go through the Big Finishes that I've got, which isn't a lot compared to the books. But hey, I'm going to make it up one day to the Big Finish, give them a showcase of their own or something special like that. Because, well, I have my reason, and I just went overboard with the books. They're just more addictive to get and more cheaper. Big Finish audios tend to be quite expensive, and it's quite hard to find them for cheap prices, whereas with the books you can even find like the rarest books for cheap prices. Big Finish is just like a different story, really. Hey, I'm going to show you all the Big Finishes at once. I got the pile is here, which is just nothing, as I say, compared to the books, but we will go through them quickly and then go right for the books, which is going to take quite some time. Big Finish audios tend to be, quite expensive, and it's quite hard to find them for cheap prices, whereas with the books you can even find like the rarest books for cheap prices. Big Finish is just like a different story, really. Hey, I'm going to show you all the Big Finishes at once. I got the pile is here, which is just nothing, as I say, compared to the books, but we will go through them quickly and then go right for the books, which is going to take quite some time. But anyway, for my Big Finish audios, I've got a lot of Companion Chronicles. I'm growing my collection on the Companion Chronicles, and I absolutely love the Companion Chronicles. There's a great range. I personally find them overlooked by fans, and personally some of my favourite Big Finish audios are from the Companion Chronicles, believe it or not. And as well, I do have a box set by here as well, which definitely needed an appearance in the collection, and it makes much sense why. But anyway, to the Companion Chronicles, the first one is Here There Be Monsters by Andy Lane. Andy Lane is a very popular Big Finish and writer. Big Finish writer, has a lot of classics to his name. His very strong one, the one he's very well known for, is The Mahogany Murderers, which is just an absolute classic. That is one of my favourite Big Finishes of all time, one of my favourite Companion Chronicles of all time, and what a start to the Jekyll and Hyde series. The pilot episode, just perfection, really. You can't rate it. Nothing else with a 10 out of 10. It's just so entertaining, so fun. But Here Be Monsters, don't know anything on the audio. It's by Andy Lane, and I do like Andy Lane's stuff. He's a very strong writer, and it should be a good story. Yeah, there's a common theme with these Companion Chronicles because they all are First Doctor related. The next one is Quinnis by Mark Platt, the writer of The Brilliant Lumbarrow, Spare Parts, Silver Turk. Again, a lot of classics to his name. Quinnis I haven't listened to. It's before the events of An Unearthly Child. Quinnis I haven't listened to. It's before the events of An Unearthly Child. But for Susan, it takes place somewhere around Relative Dimensions, which is an 8th Doctor audio. That's for Susan's point of view, how she's telling the story, which is quite interesting. Yeah, as you know, Quinnis was mentioned in the story The Edge of Destruction, and they did a story around it. Yeah, definitely be interesting to check this audio out. And as well, Mark Platt, classic writer. Next one, we have a strong Companion Chronicle here. One of my favourites from the range, and I have listened to this one, and it was in my Big Finish recommendation video of like my favourite First Doctor story, my favourite Second Doctor story. This is my favourite First Doctor story by Big Finish. This is just an absolute classic by John Dorney. I definitely recommend this one. Performances are great. It's really worth your money. You can get it off Amazon for like a couple of quid. It's definitely worth it. Again, John Dorney. It's always a classic by him. Always expect a classic by John Dorney because they usually always are. Next one is a 4-parter. They don't do a lot of these, but I have the Anachronauts by Simon Guerrier. And Simon Guerrier, well, he's known to be a superb 60s writer. I love the Oliver Harper trilogy. That is just absolutely fantastic. The Sarah Kingdom trilogy. Only listened to Home Truths out of that trilogy. Suffered with The Drowned World a little bit, which is quite unfortunate, but Home Truths is a classic, that one is. And as well, the Yes Men, absolute classic. Again, Simon Guerrier, one of my favourite Doctor Who writers, with Big Finish. Be interesting with this one. Don't know too much about the story, but it does explore a bit with Sarah Kingdom's character, which is certainly quite interesting. So I'm definitely going to check that out someday soon. Next is The Wanderer. This is another one I've listened to, and I actually quite liked it a lot. This one was quite atmospheric. I liked the atmosphere of this story. As well, a lot of continuity in this one. A lot of foreshadowing events for Ian and the characters and the companions and the Doctor and whatnot. A lot of foreshadowing in this one. It's very continuity built, this one. There's a little bit with his referencing and whatnot. and like this character here looking into the future and like referencing like the dark invasion of Earth and whatnot. Very nice story. Love it. If you love your continuity, you'll like this story quite a lot. Quite fun, quite interesting. Enjoyable story. I'll probably give it a 7.5 out of 10. Very entertaining. Listened to that one twice and I loved it even more on my second listen. The Library of Alexandria. Simon Gary again. And as well, I have listened to this one and it was a very good story. Not one of my personal favourite Big Finish audios from the Companion Chronicle range. Still enjoyed it nonetheless. I did prefer like the Wanderer and the Rocket Men to it. Did prefer it a little bit more. Still, I enjoyed it. I accidentally missed one I did because it wasn't in the pile. It's a Return of the Rocket Man. I have the other Rocket Man story from the Companion Chronicles. Again, I have listened to it. I preferred the Rocket Man, the original story, to this one by Matt Fitton. Still a very strong story, explores Stephen's character very well, and I think Stephen wasn't... Well, we did get very good stories, it was written well, but there could have been more expansion to his character, which he didn't really get, and he did deserve it, so... That's, you know, a point up. You know, that's a positive with Big Finish. They give these characters and companions a lot more expansion, they do. Yeah, this one was absolutely superb, but I preferred the original. Next is The Alchemists. Ian Potter story. Again, I have listened to this one, and I would say it's okay, about 5 out of 10. I found it quite average. Nice stuff and like moments in the story. But out of all the Companion Chronicles I listened to, I found this one a little bit on the dull side, sadly, so that's a bit of a shame. This one quite interested me when I looked at this one, but it wasn't as good as I thought it was, so that's a bit of a shame. Still had its moments though, but I found the story a little bit average. Next, this was one of my most anticipated stories in the Companion Chronicles. It just looked interesting, quite creepy, and that's Upstairs by Max Coward. And part 1 was just absolutely amazing. I mean, 10 out of 10. I loved it. It was creepy, it was paradoxical, it was unknown, it was quite frightening, very trapped and contained and isolating. Felt really good on audio, but part 2, it just lost the immersion, lost the quality, it just lost all that part 1 was building up to. That was a damn shame. Part 2 was really underwhelming. Part 1, so good. But part 2, a massive letdown, and I'll probably give it a 7 out of 10. Still a very strong rating because part 1 was utterly fantastic. Part 2, it just let it down. Still good, but it completely lost the immersion of what it was trying to build up to. Damn shame. This was probably going to be like a 10 out of 10 of my favourite Companion Chronicle if it did that all the way through, but unfortunately it didn't, so it's a shame. Quite weird as well because Peter Purvis wasn't playing the Doctor or impersonating him, it was actually Vicky. I don't know why they did that, a bit strange. Next one is The Beginning by Mark Platt, and you know, few people talk about this one when they want to start in the Companion Chronicles and whatnot. They do try to look at this one. You know, it looks a bit interesting and whatnot. Yeah, definitely don't go into it how you're expecting it to be. Yeah, it definitely wasn't what I was expecting, really. Not what I was hoping for. A little underwhelming, I would say. Not strong storytelling, just rather standard, really. Just normal, average. Nothing incredible, nothing exciting, really. It's just a little bit bland, I would say, to be honest. Yeah, not as good as I was hoping it to be, or expecting it to be. And last one. Actually, not last one, but another Companion Chronicle. Starborn, Jacqueline Rayner. I mean, Jacqueline Rayner has a lot of classics to her name, with Big Finish and books. This one was pretty good. Again, when I look at the other Companion Chronicles, this one gets a little bit overshadowed, I would say. But it's nice to place a story, like, after the Romans and before the Web Planet, or before the 11th Tiger, if you count the books and whatnot, but yeah, nice placement, nice idea as well, to give Vicky like quite a strong story and whatnot. But again, the other Big Finish Companion Chronicles overshadow it. And for the final one, I'll showcase this one because not too long ago, It was the 50th anniversary of the brilliant Second Doctor, Patrick Troughton. The Second Doctor, Volume 1. I've only listened to the first story and that's it. I listened to a little bit of the second story, but faded away from it, so I've only technically listened to the first one, which I can't remember the name of. So let's have a look. Oh yeah, The Mouthless Death. Part 1 was free, and Part 1 was just incredible. It was fantastic. Part 2, good. Lost a little bit of the immersion, but it was still a very solid story. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. And I hope the other stories do deliver. You know, this one had a problem where it came out like that. So a lot of people complained that Big Finish got the printing wrong. But I swapped mine around. And so now it's like that, so it looks a little bit better now. Because I don't really go for the alternative covers, I just keep them more like that, I do. But yeah, first story, very good, hope the other ones deliver. And for the final Big Finish, had to showcase it because it came out quite recently. And it's my favourite Big Finish range of all time. Jago and Lightfoot, and I have Jago and Lightfoot Series 12. Have listened to this one once through, may do a review on it if people want it. But yeah, this was a pretty damn good series, I'm not gonna lie. You know, a lot like Series 2, doing a lot of homage to Series 2. I can accept that because Series 2 is beyond perfection, it is. And Series 12, very strong stories. Yeah, the stories are Picture This by Justin Richard, a very strong homage to Demontage, which is an 8th Doctor book, very strong homage to that. And The Flicker Men, that was a very strong story by Simon Bernard and Paul Morris. The Schools of Blood, that was Paul Morris's, that was just Paul Morris on his own actually, so, you know, rather strange that is, but. And then Warm Blood, Justin Richard ends it off. Yep, superb box set, a lot of like flashbacks and whatnot, and story threads going into this one from Series 1, stuff from Series 2. So yeah, those were the big finishes. Now let's move on to the main bulk. The main part is the Doctor Who books. Now where should I start is the question. I'm thinking to the BBC books, but should I start with EDAs or PDAs? We're going to start with the Doctor Who 8th Doctor Adventure books. So we're starting with the EDA books, and I have quite a big plan for the 8th Doctor Adventures, as I am going to do a marathon on them, a reviewing series marathon on them in 2017, but I will be doing something around the EDAs in December schedule in 2016 before I do all that. So first Doctor Who EDA is The 8 Doctors by Terrance Dicks, and I got this for like £2.50 with free post and packing off eBay, so you know, very nice price without the cancerous post and packing, so just pay £2.50 for this. Very nice price. And sometimes people do like to escalate the price on this. You know, they shouldn't really because it's not a rare book. But I guess people do that because it's just a well-known Doctor Who book probably, and people want to get it. Yet the 8 Doctors starts off the 8th Doctor Adventures as the first one from the range, and I'm quite looking forward to it. I know the reviews on it, it's very diversified. Some people love it, some people find it average, some people find it completely overrated or underrated. You know, opinions are all over the place with the 8th Doctors, it's just mad. And some people downright hate it, others say it's just an abysmal mess. Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting given the 8 Doctors are a read, because I do love a diversified Doctor Who book, because I don't know which direction it will take me. It will. Yeah, as I said, it's by Terrance Dicks, a nice standard cover with the seal of Rassilon, and it does look lovely. And the spine as well, and the back as well, we have Rassilon up there as well. You know, something quite different and unique on a BBC book cover. Very looking forward to this one. Again, don't know what to expect from it. If it's good, rubbish, I don't know. Next EDA is The Body Snatchers by Mark Morris. And there's actually a little bit of a bonus with The Body Snatchers, because this, now the seller didn't even say this, but it's actually signed by Mark Morris, and there's the date as well. But still nice nonetheless to have it, and that's the date when the signature was done. 23rd of September 1999. But yeah, the Body Snatchers, as you can tell, features the Zygons, and it features a Lightfoot in Victorian London. Doesn't feature Jago, unfortunately. I actually don't know the reason why. A very odd choice, and I don't like the choice as well. Get rid of the Infernal Investigators, who crack complex conundrums and whatnot. Get rid of them and only have one. It doesn't work. At least have Jago, because Jago's better than Lightfoot. As it goes, Jago and Lightfoot. But, I'm not really a fan of why did Mark Morris even do that. I'm not too sure. But yeah, for continuity placement, it has to feature after the box sets. It does. But before the Justice of Jouxar, so I know the continuity place for this one, how it would work in continuity. It will not work like in the middle of the box sets. Just won't work because of time and whatnot, and like the year and whatnot, just wouldn't work. But yeah, it'll be after the box sets, so like after series 12 and 13, and before Justice of Jouxar. But with Mark Morris, I will say this, his writing can be a little bit flimsy, a little bit. He's only done one good work in my opinion, which is the Necropolis Express in Series 2, that's just brilliant, very dark, but I do find his writing a little bit flimsy sometimes, just a little bit iffy. I don't like it. The next Doctor Who book is The Titan, Alien Bodies by Lawrence Miles. The well-known book from the EDAs. Everyone talks about this book, and I made a joke on it. In my Guilty Pleasures video, I put a rating, like 1,000,000 out of 10 or something like that. Or something like that. I made a joke. I haven't read it, that's just a joke, because, most people call it like the best book in the world. And yeah, it did have relevancy. I didn't put it in there for the sake of it, because it actually features the Crotons, it does. So yeah, pretty damn crazy. Yet the story behind it sounds fantastic. It's the start of the Faction Paradox arc, that completely messed up arc, but this one I am looking forward to. The next book is Option Lock by Justin Richards. Again, Justin Richards, back in the day, a lot of people find him quite a safe writer, doesn't do anything risky or experimental or out of the world, or doesn't have a lot of creativity. Well, I've had some personal experience with Justin Richards books, and I just want to disagree with that. I think what people are trying to say is, compared to other writers, Justin Richards doesn't play it like Jim Mortimer, for example. He doesn't go out of the box really crazy. But you don't really have to pull off a good story, really. Again, I don't know too much about this one. It looks very bleak, gravitas storytelling, so I hope that is the case. Next is Dreamstone Moon. Very filler based, I would say. It just feels like it's setting up to CNI, really, doesn't it? But it just feels very loose in this Finding Sam arc. But it's by Paul Leonard, who can be probably one of the most complex writers of all time. But with this one, I haven't really heard anything about that with this one, so I don't really know anything too much about it, except for this like crystallized substance which gives people like hallucinations and psychedelic effects and whatnot. Does sound a little bit interesting. A very common opinion on this one, people just find it very forgettable. The reason why is because like CNI is right next to it, so that probably gets all the praise, whereas Dreamstone Moon doesn't get any. And speaking about CNI is next. Jonathan Blum and Kate Allman, they do collaborate a lot. Jonathan Blum does collaborate, sometimes do his own stories, like the Fearmongers one, for example, but I've heard that Jonathan Blum and Kate Allman just fantastic working together. And Kate Allman, one of the most respected Doctor Who writers. When people talk about Kate Allman, all I hear is just fantastic reviews and ratings and opinions and whatnot. Sometimes I see, overrated, but again, that makes sense because that always happens, really. But yeah, lovely cover, lovely effect as well. Don't know anything about the story. I know that it has like a plot thread which was teased in Transit, which very interesting that is. So it seemed like Jonathan Blum and Kate Allman just like took that from Transit and just slot it into here and make something out of it. And also it's teased in Sleepy as well. You know, very interesting stuff. Very interesting foreshadowing from Transit and Sleepy. Yep, nothing but praise of this book, really. Can't wait to check it out. Next one is Placebo Effect by the man Gary Russell. He loves his continuity. He's, you know, just as mad as Craig Hinton, but I definitely think Craig Hinton is the maddest when it comes to continuity. But yeah, Placebo Effect, it features the Wirren, and I do love the Wirren because Ark in Space was a childhood story of mine. And the Wirren, I think, were just a great monster, a great concept anyway. I loved them. Didn't look good, but still they were effective, they were threatening, and it did scare me when I was a kid. So I loved the Wirren for that. Yeah, this one, you know, it has so many Doctor Who monsters and villains and whatnot, and I personally think it was just trying to use its continuity and whatnot just to drive it a little bit, you know, to make it quite entertaining and fun to see all these references and whatnot. It feels like Gary Russell is trying to do a Craig Hinton and develop and push the story that way, which can be a no-no with people. Some people like it, some people don't like it. And Placebo Effect, I see a lot of people praise it, but I find a lot of people find it overrated. I think it's the style that Gary Russell's gone with, and it's quite a Craig Hinton style, I would say. But I haven't read it, haven't really seen a review on it, just glanced really, and that's it. But I'm looking forward to it. Next one is the Janus Conjunction. And there was like a website, I believe it was Goodreads or Amazon, and I seen nothing but 5 stars for it. I thought, wow, must be good. I don't see a lot of reviews on it, but for some reason, Amazon or Goodreads, I'm not sure which one it is, I think it's Amazon, must love the book. You know, it gets cracking reviews there, but when people talk about the EDAs, I don't see a lot on the Janus Conjunction. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it, I actually don't know anything about it, to be honest. You know, right by Bell Tempest, which isn't really well liked. Yeah, I think this one just gets overlooked, maybe, that's probably why. But then when people actually read it, they go, holy crap, this is actually a very good Doctor Who book. Again, I haven't really looked at the bio, so and we'll do that another day. Yeah, don't know how this one's going to go down, but I hope it's the 5-star direction. Next one is Demontage by Justin Richards. Yep, Picture This was a homage to this book, and I loved Picture This, so I'm probably going to love this. And yeah, Justin Richards loves the idea of like haunted paintings and paintings coming alive and whatnot, paintings taking people. And I see a lot of good reviews on this one as well. Just overall, a fantastic story by Justin Richards with some very nice concepts in it. And I do quite like that. As I said, I love Picture This, I love the concept behind it and whatnot, so I'm probably going to enjoy this one quite a lot. So that's Demontage by Justin Richards. Next one, this is the second part of the Faction Paradox series, Unnatural History, with one of my favourite covers on the Doctor Who book. That is just a work of art, that is. Again by Jonathan Blum and Kate Allman, great collaborators. Don't really see a lot of reviews on this one. It seems to go down quite well, but I haven't really looked a lot. It's definitely going to be quite paradoxical, just as a guess. I think the main theme will be a paradoxical story. You know, quite difficult to follow and quite confusing. You know, the arc, the Faction Paradox arc, is a pretty heavy arc, and it goes all over the place. And the Ancestor Cell, it didn't really explain itself that well. Lance Parkin actually needed to do the Gallifrey Chronicles to make the Ancestor Cell's content more understandable, which is just a slap in the face, really. Anyway, this isn't Stephen Cole and Peter Angelhides, this is Jonathan Blum and Kate Allman, which are very well-known writers and very good writers, so I hope they don't not do an interference, because I hear quite iffy stuff about that, or an Ancestor Cell. and just completely messed up the story, which is just, you just can't follow it. Next one is Water Mist. And this one's a little bit battered, a little bit scruffy, this one. A little bit unfortunate. Yet this is after Unnatural History and before Interference, so it's in a massive like arc area. So it feels like a relaxing area in the EDA range, it does. Again, looks like a nice bleak war story. I've seen some very good reviews on it, but I see a great number of bad reviews on it. But seeing some people like rated it like a 3 out of 10, finding it very underwhelming, so pretty interesting. And it's by David A. McKinsey, who is a good writer, I'm going to say that, but haven't experienced a lot of his stuff, right? Next book, very well known, and for many the best from the EDA range actually. Year of the Intelligent Tigers. Unfortunately my copy looks like it's been chewed by a dog. But as well, a nice illustration as well. Very nice with the map and whatnot. Just hear good stuff about this one. Haven't seen a negative review. Just seen nothing but positivity. Personally for me, the storytelling doesn't feel like what I would like. I prefer like horror stuff and bleak stuff. But still, don't judge a book by its bio or its cover. Just go into it. And be optimistic what you're going to experience. So people just rate it like 10 out of 10 all over the place, so I hope it does do that though. But yeah, I shouldn't really be that worried about it. It gets so much praise. And next one, 4 more EDAs to go. This one on a website is rated the best EDA. It's The City of the Dead, and I might show you this one as well because it's by the same writer, Camera Obscura. And out of the whole EDA range, these are like some of my most anticipated ones. I'm so looking forward to these two. This one looks quite similar to Grave Matter a little bit. This one just looks absolutely incredible. Cannot wait to get to Camera Obscura. Yeah, City of the Dead gets a lot of good reviews and rated the best EDA on the website. And Camera Obscura, I would say this is in my top 5 or most anticipated Doctor Who books in the EDA range. Just cannot wait to get to it, really. I mean, I wanted this for a while, like way back when I was starting to get books. I wanted to get this one, but never did because I didn't want to pay like 10 quid on it where it said on Amazon. But yeah, I got this for like a penny, so lovely price, for £2.81 realistically. But yeah, cannot wait to get to this one. There's so much good stuff on it. Yep, to the penultimate EDA, we have Time Zero, Justin Richards' story. Yep, it's definitely going to be a nice, cold, atmospheric story, but quite strangely enough, it actually features the burning from the story The Burning. Yeah, how does that work? Well, hot ice. Yeah, the chapters are very weird. I'll just show you quickly. The chapter numbers, they go backwards. So there's 52. Okay, yeah, 49. They go backwards, they do. So, interesting. So, is it telling the story backwards? I doubt that, really. I think it's trying to do something a little bit paradoxical, maybe. To fool the reader a little bit. Maybe Justin Richards done something like that. I'm not too sure, because I don't really know anything about it, except for the villain, which is actually, in fact, the Burning from the story The Burning. Very interesting to check this one out. And the final EDA actually ends off the EDA arc and tries to fix what Ancestor Cell, messed up. The Gallifrey Chronicles by Lance Parkin. It doesn't really look anything too special, like the monsters on it, for example. It's like bug monsters. It does like fix some stuff which the Ancestor Cell just didn't do very well, and this gives you like a better explanation. So, it's best to everyone. It's best to not read this until later in the game, really. Especially when you've read the Ancestor Cell, then I say, yeah, read it then. Yeah, it's quite nice that the EDAs start with a Seahawk Wrestle and then end with a Seahawk Wrestle. It feels very nice, it does. Yeah, quite looking forward to it. So now we're on to the past Doctor Adventures. Now the PDA's got a nice pile of past Doctor Adventures with me. And for some good stuff with the past Doctor Adventures and the EDAs as well, BBC books generally, like we'll be getting more of them in the Christmas showcase. I don't think I'll have all of them, but the BBC books, like the PDAs and the EDAs, they'll be pretty much almost finished. But, you know, priorities to the Virgin books. You know, I've got December 2016 to complete the range. And yeah, I'm working on the Virgin books myself, I am. But anyway, let's start off with the PDAs. First one, and it's a very popular PDA, Past Doctor Adventure. It features the 7th Doctor by two brilliant collaborators, Mike Tucker and Robert Parry. It's Illegal Alien. Now, Mike Tucker is a great writer, I do like his stuff. And he does collaborate very well with Robert Parry. You know, there's many 7th Doctor stories in the BBC books. The Past Doctor Adventures are written by these two, such as Illegal Alien, Matrix, Storm Harvest, Mike Tucker on his own with Prime Time. I believe Loving the Alien, I believe, is written by them as well. They seem very interesting books to me. The one I'm most anticipating is Matrix. I love the whole concept and idea behind it. But yeah, Illegal Alien. This is featured in World War II, featuring the Cybermen. We have a wheel in space design for the Cybermen by there. Yeah, I see very good stuff on this book. But again, like, or when they're so unpopular, there tend to be people who would say it's overrated. Yeah, that's Illegal Alien. Next book, this is one that I've already read, but this was quite some time ago, and it was a history collection reprint of the Roundheads, and I have the original copy of the Roundhead by Mark Gatiss. The problem with me with this book, I just didn't find it very exciting compared to the other Doctor Who books. I found it a good read, but I had a few problems with it, and it wasn't really one of the most exciting Doctor Who books that I've ever read. But hey ho, it could be better second time round. Yeah, I think that some of the characters should have had a little bit more involvement or better involvement. Another one of my negatives, but I will give it another read since I got the original now and see how it goes down. Yeah, it's a good book, but nothing compared to the brilliance of Nightshade though. Third book, and one of the most well-known Doctor Who books of all time, The Witch Hunters, by the man, Steve Lyons. For many, Steve Lyons is just one of the greatest Doctor Who writers. You know, with his books, there's a lot of 10 out of 10s to his name, with the books as I said, the audios as well. He has a lot of classics to his name. You know, he is like the Robert Holmes of the Doctor Who books. I can sort of see it like that because a lot of people do praise his writing. I can't really say that just yet because I haven't experienced enough of him, so, you know, I can't really agree or disagree with that point. But yeah, when I look at Steve Lyons stories and whatnot, they do sound very intriguing. And when I look at the reviews, they're always very solid. Yet The Witch Hunters gets nothing but praise. I've heard very good stuff about this one. Again, I love the cover, it works very well, it does. The orange really just symbolises like the dark storytelling. Looks very good, quite Hammer horror it does, which interests me a little bit. It's The Hollow Man by Keith Toppin and Martin Day. These two usually collaborate a lot. I believe they did Devil Goddess of Neptune. But yeah, Keith Toppin and Martin Day, they've done their own stories as well. Keith Toppin did Byzantium, Martin Day did, I think, The Menagerie, and Sleep of Reason. This does look like a bona fide 7th Doctor story, like in a quiet, sleepy village with a dark, evil, ancient presence awakening. And I think this one's quite early, I'm just not sure where it takes place. It takes place after Curse of Fenric and before Survival. Yeah, I love the sound of it, sounds very Hammer horror, and looks like to be a very strong homage to the 7th Doctor era and the Virgin books. Next one, David A. Mackenzie. And I hear not the greatest stuff on this book, but some people I would think would defend it, as I've seen people say, you know, it's a very good book and it's underrated. Mission Impractical. Again, it's like the same thing with Gary Russell. It seems like David A. Mackenzie has taken a Craig Hinton direction again. You know, by putting a lot of continuity references in there, returning old villains. referencing old villains and whatnot. It's a very Craig Hinton style. And I think David A. McKenzie did something similar to that, and not everyone likes it. Not only that, but I've seen some people dislike the story itself, and they find it very messy, very incoherent, and a very weak story, so it gets rather diversified reviews, but I think it's more on the hated side. Next one of my favourite covers from the earlier PDAs. One thing I don't like about it is the quite small text, so it'll probably be a very draggy book. Zeta Major, which is the sequel to Planet of Evil, the 4th Doctor story from season 13. Now it's by Simon Messingham, who has a very mixed reputation. Some people like him. The thing I've heard about Zeta Major, even though it looks like quite creepy and whatnot, I love the cover, it looks gorgeous. It's a very political story, as I've been told. And from like the bio as well, sounds very political. And when looking at the book and its contents a little bit, it's got a lot of political elements in the story, so if you don't really like that sort of stuff, then you're probably not going to enjoy Zeta Major. I'm not sure how it's going to work with the 5th Doctor in the political story. It hasn't really been done a lot, it hasn't. It would work with the 3rd Doctor, because he always brings a lot of animosity and disagreements and whatnot. It's brilliant. And the 6th Doctor as well, in my opinion, works very well in political storytelling. I'm not sure how the 5th Doctor would work though, I'll have to see. Next PDA is by Justin Richards. It's a 2nd Doctor book, and it's Dreams of Empire. Nice cover, very gloomy. Love the chessboard I do as well, really well done. No, I can't say too much on this one, but it sounds good. Hear good reviews on it. The bio sounds pretty good, sounds like a kind of a base under siege story, trapped, contained and isolated and very gloomy. So I think the cover really contrasts well with the storytelling, I would say. But no, I really do not know too much about the book and its content, how it's going to be like. But it should be good because it was published in the 50th anniversary reprints. So to the next PDA is by Chris Boucher, featuring the 4th Doctor and Leela. And the Chris Boucher books, they do have quite a mixed reputation. You know, it shouldn't really happen. This is the person who written The Robots of Death, a classic Tom Baker story. But it seems with the books, they don't go very well for him. Like Last Man Running, science fiction, Corpse Marker, quite diversified I would say. But I have a Chris Boucher book here, and it's Last Man Running. By the sounds of the book, yeah, it definitely interests me because Leela is my favourite companion of all time. Love the companion, I find her truly underrated. And this is a story to expand and explore her character. The story is featured in the jungle to see how she is like a hunter, using survival tactics. It'd be great to experience that. But Chris Boucher, there's always usually a problem when it comes to his books with reviewers, and when people read the book they say that there's stuff wrong with it. And yeah, there is a problem in Last Man Running, which, you know, I've had before with other Doctor Who stories. Cloisters of Terror, for example. This is a problem where the writer establishes something at the start to the middle, but doesn't make it worthwhile to the end, and completely changes the feel to the story, so it feels disjointed of what was established beforehand. This is where you mix and match different story elements. I guess some writers think it's good contrast, but it depends on how you're establishing the story, and with Last Man Running, you know, it doesn't work for a lot of people. You know, at the start it establishes where it's going to be a survival story, it's going to have some atmosphere in it, but then it takes a very sci-fi direction at the end. Our next one is a 7th Doctor book, Matrix, by Robert Perry and Mike Tucker. Yeah, this one definitely intrigues me. I see a lot of good reviews of it. I believe it's on a website called Time Lash. There's just like loads of 10 out of 10 scores for this one. So that's great. It does feel like a very dark, serious, gravitas 7th Doctor story. You know, dealing with some very serious topics, interesting concepts. So it's a little bit like Lone Barrow for the BBC books, I would say, for the 7th Doctor. Next book, a very popular book. It's The Infinity Doctors by Lance Parkin. This has always been a book which has interested me because it doesn't actually tell you where it takes place or which incarnation of the Doctor it is. You know, there's been speculation all about that it's an early First Doctor story, it's an 8th Doctor story, it's a future incarnation of the Doctor, it's an alternative incarnation of the Doctor. It's purposely made ambiguous. As well, it's not the first time that the Doctor Who books have actually done this. They've done this a lot. They did it in the Cabinet of Light. It was purposely made ambiguous. The Dalek Factor was purposely made ambiguous, even though there's quite a nice theory out there that it's the War Doctor. Next book, I've actually been recommended to read this one, and it makes sense why, because it is a sequel, sort of, to the War Games. Players by Terrence Dicks. Yeah, it's a loose sequel as it features 2 characters from the War Games in Players, and you know, you can just guess straight away of who those 2 characters are if you watch the War Games. And as well, there's like a mini Second Doctor story in Players that I've heard, which is definitely quite interesting. Maybe that's where the sequel stuff comes into play with the War Games, and I'm definitely going to check it out. So yep, that's Players by Terrence Dicks. Next one, voted the worst PDA BBC book of all time, Divided Loyalties by Gary Russell. I haven't read it, I'm not planning to read it, but I see a fair few, I mean not a lot, just very small amount of people that say that actually say Divided Loyalties is good and defend it and say it's underrated, and people just bash it for the sake of it. Again, I can't say I agree with that or disagree with that because I haven't experienced the book, I haven't experienced its content. I know a little bit about it, but that sounds quite interesting, but maybe I've only looked at the good elements, but I haven't really seen how the execution goes down, so, you know, I can call them good elements, but I'm not sure how well they're executed. I actually never noticed this, but actually on the Joker and King, we can see the 5th Doctor and the First Doctor. At first glance, well actually, for quite a long time, I never noticed that. Next book is The Heart of TARDIS by Dave Stone, featuring the 2nd and 4th Doctor. No, they don't meet, and I knew this from when I heard about it as well. Now this is the book I started reading, but I stopped, and then read something else. No real reason why I did that. I think I just didn't have the time for it and just moved on to something else and just completely forgotten about it. You know, I read it a little bit and then just stopped and read something else and then didn't come back to this. So, you know, I'll probably restart it. And I wasn't that much into it, like 40 pages or something like that. Didn't really establish anything. So, you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about it. The next book, definitely want to read this one. It's a nice small book. Fly through that one in a small amount of time. It's Prime Time by Mike Tucker. Yeah, I know, like, the actual villain in the story seems very good. So yeah, that's Prime Time by Mike Tucker. I do like Mike Tucker's writing. It should be a good book. Next, we have 2 stories by the writer Peter Darville Evans, who was head of the Virgin Books. He did only one Virgin book, which was Deceit. And I have his 2 BBC books, which is Independence Day and Asylum. Now these 2 don't get the best of reviews. Peter Darville Evans, his books, they just never got good reviews, really. And a lot of people disliked them. They were just terrible stories, not good. I think out of all of Peter Darville Evans' stories, the 3 that he did, Deceit, Independence Day and Asylum, but the most good looking one, which is Independence Day, was actually the one which gets the worst reviews. And as well, on the back, it never said that the 2nd Doctor's in this. I just had a little look at the prequel, and the 2nd Doctor was there with Jamie. Yeah, even though it looks the best out of the 3, apparently it's the worst out of Peter Darville Evans' stories. Asylum, on the other hand, the point is why? Why was this done? The whole premise of the story, did it actually need to be done? It's a 4th Doctor story, but for Nyssa, she's left the Fifth Doctor from Terminus. And what's the point of this paradoxical story? Was it actually needed? And I actually heard that Nissa doesn't really do that much in the story, so, you know, what gives? What's the point, really? So, it seems a little bit pointless, Asylum. It doesn't get great reviews. It mainly gets, like, average reviews, like 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10, or 6 out of 10, like, around about that area. So, nothing impressive. But I guess this gets the most bashed. It's quite sad to say that, because it looks the best. Apparently not. Yeah, I've been interested to read Independence Day, but I don't know. I guess it's the worst. Apparently, it's actually the shortest BBC book out of all the EDAs and the PDAs, because like 20% of this book is just a historical guff and not related to the story at all. After that, we have a history of errors and falsifications, nothing related to the story Asylum. So. It ends at 226 pages, so it is, in fact, the shortest BBC book out of the EDAs and the PDAs. So yeah, that was Independence Day and Asylum. Next book. Does sound like my cup of tea, but however, the reviews aren't good for it. Well, okay for it, I would say. Science fiction. Yeah, by here I've got some damage here. Looks like a seal did a huge shit on it that damaged the book. Or like a cat's been on it or whatnot, I don't know. But yeah, science fiction. Apparently it's got like paranormal and supernatural elements. Feels like the story has a lot to do with time as well by looking at the cover, so it might be a little bit of a paradox sort of story, but we have to wait and see. Again, doesn't get the best reviews in the world. A few 4 stars in there, which is quite good. We have to wait and see on this one. So yeah, that's science fiction. Next book. I've wanted this book for so long, and I don't know why, because it's not rare at all. It's like a penny on Amazon, and I got it for a penny as well. Drift by Simon A. Forward. I don't know a lot of his stories. He did do The Sandman, which isn't really well liked, it isn't. But Drift, probably the best time to read it now, where it's December, it's cold, it's chilly, so you can really take in the atmosphere of Drift and just get immersed into the story. You know, the immersion will just be great at this time when it's like cold and starting to snow and whatnot. It'd just be great. I'm definitely reading this book in December. I have to. It looks perfect for it. The bio sort of indicates that it will be very militaristic. You have to see how Simon A. Ford handles that. Yeah, that's Drift. Cannot wait to check this one out. So we're at the penultimate PDA now. So we've got 2 more. The penultimate is Wolfsbane by Jacqueline Rayner. Yeah, apparently this one's quite a popular Doctor Who book from the PDAs. You know, it features the 4th and 8th Doctor. I don't think they meet. Yeah, I see a lot of good reviews. Some people say that, you know, they bring up some problems with the book. And it mainly comes across with its plot, but some people say it doesn't really work that well. And others do complain about the unsatisfactory ending or conclusion to the story, and that Jacqueline Rayner was just really... Well, she couldn't really find a way to end the story, so she did it quite unconvincing and it didn't really work. So it seemed like Jacqueline Rayner had trouble trying to end the story. Again, I'm not sure if I can find an alternative because I don't know what the ending is. I know it's only 245 pages in this. Yep, that's Wolfsbane. And final PDA, I have Match of the Day by Chris Boucher. Again, this seems like another story like Last Man Running, exploring Leela's character, expanding on a little bit more. She's going into like a tournament sort of thing. However, I don't know much on this story, like its elements, or if Chris Boucher does the Last Man Running direction in this one, where it completely changes the elements which were established in the earlier parts of the story. So it'll probably be a lot of fighting, a lot of survival. It'll probably be like another survival story. Hopefully handled like Last Man Running, the first part. So yeah, that's Match of the Day by Chris Boucher. Now, we're going to the Virgin books. And now, we're to the Virgin books. I had a challenge to complete all these by December 2016. So when it's 2017, I'm done and finished with the Virgin books. And I'm going to say this straight away, I don't have them all in this video. So you're probably saying, oh TJ, how much are you missing? Like 10, 5, 2, 1? Have you got so far seen? But yeah, I'll go to the reason of why I don't have all the Virgin books. It's because I've been putting my money to a new section of the bundle section. I wanted to make the showcase a little bit more with variety, so if I didn't have bundles in this Ultimate Showcase, if I didn't have them, I would probably have all the Virgin books. But if I added these bundles, I knew I wouldn't, so I had a choice. So I made this choice. What am I going to do? Get the rest of the Virgin books I'm trying to hunt down, or get some eBay bundles? And you know, I had this choice in my head. Didn't tell anyone about this, you know, to pick a recommendation. But I decided just to pick bundles. So with that, I don't have all the Virgin books. I have to do it by the end of this year. Otherwise, I failed my, well, challenge. And that'll be embarrassing. So, let's go to the Virgin books. We will start with the Bernice Summerfield books, we will. So, first book is Beyond the Sun by Matthew Jones. So Matthew Jones did Bad Therapy, he did. You don't hear his name a lot, he's done some other stuff, but his name doesn't come up a lot. Yeah, I've heard this story is very bleak, and the Big Finish audio adaptation got the same thing it did. It was just a very bleak story, so... But I haven't heard of it. It's a great story though, Beyond the Sun, so... You know, I'll have to see about that. Next is Ship of Fools. This is by Dave Stone. I'm probably not gonna read it. Bonkers beyond words. I think it's like a murder mystery on a space station. You have to find out who did it. So like, it's a who did it story, but with a wacky theme to it, so... Yeah, doesn't really interest me. It seems like a murder mystery, but with silly elements on top. Doesn't really sound like my cup of tea though, but got it for collection purposes. Next is a real thick one. It makes sense because it's by Lawrence Miles. It's Down. And out of all the books which Lawrence Miles has done, this one does get good reviews, but not the best that Lawrence Miles has done. There's another story by Lawrence Miles from the Bernice Summerfield books, but I can't remember the name. Oh, Dead Romance, that's it. Yeah, I've heard that is just perfection apparently, so yeah, definitely want to check out that book. And last one is The Medusa Effect by Justin Richards. I had another one, another Bernice Summerfield book, but it was lost in the post, it was, and that was Mean Streets. And out of all of them, that was my most anticipated Bernice Summerfield book, so that sucks, it does. Again, I'll probably read these books in the future, but not really now, because there's like other books I would want to read and prefer to read than these ones. Now we're going to the Virgin Missing Adventures now. So first one is Evolution by John Peel, and it's definitely by many John Peel's best work when it comes to original fiction. You know, Power and Evil novelization are loved, but when it comes to War of the Daleks and Legacy of the Daleks and even Time Room Genesis, they're just not like Doctor Who books. Yeah, a little bit strange that he did Time Room Genesis, because apparently he didn't like the 7th Doctor and Ace, so why write a story with the 7th Doctor and Ace then? Yeah, here's some pretty good stuff on this one. A lot of people say again, like most John Peel original stuff is just doesn't have the kick to it. We have to say with this one. Next is the brilliant A Romance of Crime, terrible thing is, the Big Finish audio adaptation it didn't do justice. It was a good story, but it had many problems which the book didn't even have. So the adaptation developed problems when the book didn't even have those problems to begin with. But Romance, it's definitely a seriously strong story, and if you're looking into the Virgin Missing Adventures, definitely read Romance of Crime. Next book is Dancing the Code by Paul Leonard. The extremely complex writer's back again for a third Doctor story. It seems very good as well, and that the Doctor builds a machine that shows the future, and it shows that the Brigadier will commit a murder, so you have to see what that's all about. Gets good reviews, but I've heard like the other third Doctor books like Scales of Injustice and Eye of the Giant are better third Doctor stories than this one, but we'll see. So yeah, that is Dancing the Code. Next book is by Martin Day. It's The Menagerie. Yeah, with the second Doctor's timeline, that this is a very late story. This is featured after the Space Pirates. Yeah, it looks quite interesting. It looks like it'll be a very dark story by the premise around it. It seems like it'd be quite a dark story. We have this like mutated monster as Menagerie is like a collection of like living organisms and whatnot, which will like create these weird mutations. Yeah, that is The Menagerie by Martin Day. Quite interesting, isn't it? A lot of people talk about this one. But yeah, we have to see. So that's The Menagerie. Next Virgin book, this is the thickest Virgin Missing Adventure. Niagara. Very creepy cover as well. We have this guy pulling his skin off his face, very disturbing and creepy. Might have some like Hammer horror elements or something like that. That'd be quite nice, that will. Maybe some paranormal stuff, maybe. I'm not too sure. Don't know the story content. Seems to get good reviews. I'm a little bit worried because of its length. It might have padding. And it takes place between Planet of Evil and the Pyramids of Mars. Yeah, it seems like the Doctor, the Fourth Doctor, and Sarah will be getting into some really dangerous dilemmas as they were instantly accused of murdering the Pope. Got some stuff about vampires, so it might be a very good Hammer horror book. Looking forward to it, but the size of the book just puts me a little bit off. It does. See how big the chapter points are. Yeah, they're not that bad, the chapter points. Yeah, that's Menagerie. Could be a very good Hammer horror book. Next one, which is actually one of the setup books to Times Champion, Millennial Rights. I've heard like the first half is like really creepy and like you just don't know what's gonna happen. That sounds great, Don't know what you're gonna expect on the next page. It's always exciting when you turn the next page. That's what a book should be, and like the first half I've heard that it's just quite creepy, which is great. Then in the second half, apparently it just loses what it established at the start. It just takes a turn for the worst and just becomes underwhelming. That's quite a popular opinion I've seen with this book. So, not too sure what Craig Hinton did there. But yeah, that's Millennial Rights. A lovely cover as well. Next book, this is the first Doctor book, and kind of a unique one for story-wise. The Sorcerer's Apprentice by Christopher Bulis. Definitely doesn't look like your first Doctor story. It's not a historical story. It's not really a sci-fi story. It's more legends and myths. So something like the Time Monster or Underworld or the Haunts of Nymon for the first Doctor, but with like a real big fantasy twist. Yeah, I said this before, but this doesn't really feel or look like a first Doctor story, but I won't let that deceive me. It's always nice for a writer to do something unique and different and risky. And apparently this book was actually very well received when it came out, so that's good, that is. And it actually features after Marco Polo and before the Keys of Marinus, which is an interesting placement, actually, I would say. Yep, that's The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Definitely interesting. I know some stuff about it. I'm not sure if I'll be a fan of the content though. It's not really my cup of tea, really. We'll see, really. See how it goes down. Yeah, that's the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Next Virgin Missing Adventure, The Sands of Time by Justin Richards. For the Doctor, it's a sequel to Pyramids of Mars, but for the story itself, it's a prequel to the Pyramids of Mars, I do believe. It's a sequel to one of the best Doctor Who stories of all time, Pyramids of Mars, or follow-up, or whatever. Then this has to be a good book. You've got to do it justice if you want to follow such a classic Doctor Who story. You know, I highly doubt 100% this will not even be on par with Pyramids of Mars, and definitely will not beat it, but I definitely want it to be good. Yet that's The Sands of Time by Justin Richards. It's better be a classic, Justin Richards. So we've got 3 more Virgin Missing Adventures. Next is The Scales of Injustice by Gary Russell. The first book in the Pale Man trilogy, which consists of The Scales of Injustice, Business Unusual, and Instruments of Darkness. And for Liz, this is a departure story where she leaves the unit. As well, she didn't really get one because all she had was like Inferno, and that wasn't really an exit, that was just an end, a very abrupt end for the character. You know, she definitely deserved a departure scene, but she never got one, so Gary Russell, you know, gave her one, and apparently she's like very core central to the plot this show, I do believe, so that's definitely a win. And I cannot wait to check this one out. I hope it's a solid gold, because I love Doctor and the Silurians, and I want to give this book a 10 out of 10, even though it's hard for me to rate something 10 out of 10, or at least a 9. That's The Scales of Injustice, featuring the Silurians and the start of the Pale Man trilogy. It feels very strong to the Pertwee era, so that's good. The penultimate Virgin Missing Adventure is The Man in the Velvet Mask. But yet this is one of these stories where it gets this characterization absolutely perfect, but the story, a lot of people criticize the story. A nice placement for a story because it does develop Todia's character a lot more, that she needed development because she was not served correctly, and you know, she's a hated character and a companion. But yet that's The Man in the Velvet Mask, and a lovely condition as well, so that's nice. And final Virgin Missing Adventure is The Shadow of Wang Chiang, which is a sequel to The Talons of Wang Chiang and a setup to something which I will not say because spoilers. Yeah, if you have experienced this story, you know exactly what I mean. But yes, that's my last Virgin Missing Adventure, The Shadow of Wang Chiang. Now, I'm only missing one more Virgin Missing Adventure. When I've got it, I've completed it. And it does really suck, it does, because I did actually win Downtime for £3 off eBay, but it was lost in the post, and this was quite some time ago, this was. And yeah, when filming, I actually forgot when I did. I forgot to show off the plotters. When you have so much Doctor Who books, you know, you just forget what you're supposed to showcase. Yep, that's when I completely forgot about showcasing the plotters, which was voted the best Virgin Missing Adventure, so I hope this one delivers. Yep, completely forgot about showcasing this one. Got it for a £5. Now we're moving to the Virgin New Adventures. You know that I only need 3 more. Death and Diplomacy, Happy Endings, and Soval Sin. So how many Virgin New Adventures do I have right now? 0, 1, 2, or 3? I have 1. I have 1 Virgin New Adventure. So I need 2 more Virgin New Adventures. Depends, I have Soval Sin now. It's been very annoying, our book has. So damn annoying. So, the Virgin New Adventure I got is it Death and Diplomacy, Happy Endings, or Soval Sin? It's Death and Diplomacy. That's the Doctor Who book I got. I didn't even have a chance, a good chance for Soval Sin. But yeah, I won't rule out the possibility, because you know, you just don't know with me. I can just be such a sneaky bastard. But they could be Virgin books, BBC books, whatnot. in the bundle section, so you don't really know what to expect with me. So I'm not going to rule out the possibility that more version books are to come or more BBC books. You know, it just could be a ruse that I'm trying to play, so you can't really trust me whatever I say. I did the same thing with the Dark Path. You know, I teased that I got it, but I actually have a Device of Death. So they were the Virgin books. Now we're moving to the next range now. Got 2 more ranges, and now, even though I'm doing the extremely rare stuff in section 3, and there's some stuff in section 2 which is very rare, extremely rare actually, we'll be showcasing rare stuff in this section. So next, we will be moving to the Talos Novellas. Anyway, I've got 2 Talos Novellas to showcase. The first one is actually the most easiest Talos Deluxe you can get. I would say absolutely. The Citadel Dreams Deluxe Talos Novella. And it's by Dave Stone. Yeah, in my opinion, this is definitely the easiest deluxe Talos novella you can get. It is limited, but there's still a lot of copies out there. You can still acquire it. Yeah, Citadel Dreams is the 7th Doctor and Ace story. I'll just show you the signatures here, and I'll show you the concept art as well. Now we have a nice concept art of the Citadel of Dreams. Very nice. So yeah, that is the Talos novella of Citadel of Dreams. Again, there's 15 of them. What would be my most wanted one, though? I would say my most wanted one would be Blood and Hope. I definitely want that one. I was also recommended that I should get what's it called, of Fallen Gods. I was recommended that one at Comic Guru. And yeah, I definitely want to get that one. It's an 8th Doctor story. I had the standard one at Comic Guru, and I didn't want the standard, I wanted the deluxe. I did. So, yeah. It can be quite difficult to get, but now and again you can get it for a very good price. I paid £5 for this. Bargain of a price. And it is Shell Shock by Simon A. Forward. Yeah, originally this was going to be in section 3 because I thought, holy crap, this is actually a really rare book, but I looked into it a little bit more, did my research, and I found out that it's not an extremely rare Doctor Who book. It's a rare book, absolutely, not extremely rare. But yeah, the deluxe hardbacks always have something special, like a special design or material, a different material effect than the standard edition. And here we have like a nice foggy cover, and you might see a crab by there. There we go. Let's see. I think it's picking up on the camera. You can see a crab on the front cover. So you know they have nice, different designs. They do. Again, just go for the deluxe ones. There's no point of going for the standard ones if you don't really care and you're not really a big collector. Then do what you want over there. I would say the deluxe ones are better because it feels better when you have them in your collection. Feel a lot more valuable. And plus they got bonus stuff like signatures and concept art. That's beautiful, that is. Absolutely fantastic. Yep, that's Shell Shock and the Citadel of Dreams. Again, my most wanted ones are Time and Relative Deluxe, which is the first one, limited to 1,700 copies. Even though it has the same limited edition number to this, it's actually extremely rare. Shell Shocks are limited to 800. So lovely to have that one. Blood and Hope is limited to 600, so yeah, going to be pretty difficult to hunt that down. And Dalek Factor as well, would like that one, limited to 800. So now, the final book range for section 1, and then we'll be moving on to section 2. It's the hardback range. This is going to consist of like W.H. Allen hardbacks, Alan Wingate, Target hardbacks, that sort of area. So let's begin with the Target hardbacks. So for my hardbacks, let's start with the first one. I got this off Amazon for $2.99, and it's a little tatty, but it's still lovely to have this hardback. There's only like one bit of noticeable damage with the hardback, and that's it. I got it from Amazon for $2.99. It's now about 44 quid off Amazon now. And, you know, if you play the waiting game, you can get it for a good price. I've got the W.H. Allen hardback of Inferno by Terrence Dix. Lovely to have it. Got it for $2.99, just an absolute bargain right there. You have the only noticeable damage inspired there by the spine, which is quite unfortunate. But still, $2.99, cannot argue for a Doctor Who hardback. But Season 7, it just looked good to have it in hardback for, because I do love Season 7, a lot of other people love Season 7 as well. Next hardback, this is an Alan Wingate hardback. So you know that these ones are very difficult to track down. Out of the lot, we have like the Loch Ness Monster, the Web of Fear, the Cave Monsters, the Auton Invasion, Genesis of the Daleks, Pyramids of Mars, and they go for hundreds of pounds. I mean, Planet of the Daleks sold recently on eBay for 400 quid. Can't you believe that? That is just ridiculous, that is. And as well, there's a Pyramids of Mars Alan Wingate hardback on there for 700 quid, I do believe, or 600 quid, somewhere around there. Crazy amount of money. Yes, true, they are very valuable books. They are some of the most valuable Doctor Who books ever, the Target hardbacks, especially the Alan Wingate ones, like Planets and Pyramids and Caves and Auton Invasion. But yeah, the 700 quid and stuff like that is definitely pushing it. You've got to be bloody crazy. But people are willing to pay that much for these books. It's ridiculous. You know, the Target hardbacks, I won't lie to you here, they are definitely the hardest book range to complete. I can definitely say that. They will be the most difficult because not only are they very rare and difficult, but there's a lot of them. So, you know, it would be tricky. Yeah, I've got an Alan Wingate hardback here, and it's not going to be one of the extremely rare ones. No, it's actually, in my view, the most easiest Alan Wingate hardback you can get. The Mutants by Terrance Dicks. Call me an asshole at a convention, but I like The Mutants. I like it. I find it a very good story. It's just its execution and how it was delivered which lets it down, I would say. But yet The Mutants, I would say it's the easiest Alan Wingate hardback. I got it for like 5 quid. And on Amazon, I think it's still pretty cheap. I haven't checked recently because I've got it and I haven't checked anymore. So I can't really say if it's still there good on Amazon. You just have to check yourself if you want to. If you really want the Alan Wingate hardback of The Mutants. If you want to own an Alan Wingate hardback, this is the easiest one to get. And yeah, all the Alan Wingate spines are like this, they are. That's how they're presented, all. And as well, the Lombo W.H. Allen books are like presented like this, so you can tell which ones are W.H. Allen ones, and which ones are Lombo, and which one are Alan Wingate ones. So yeah, that is the Alan Wingate hardback of The Mutants. Next hardback, this is the first hardback I got. Got it for 15 quid, and it has quite a sad story behind it, it does. It's pretty rare. I didn't thought it was this rare, but I guess it is. Because of just a sad story behind it. It's only appeared on eBay, from what I've gathered, once. So pretty crazy stuff. It's not the rarest. I've seen it go once on eBay and went for like 23 quid. But I guess it just takes a long time for it to appear, because sadly there's not a lot of copies which exist of it because of the sad story. The Horns of Nymon. So yeah, the Horns of Nymon, that's quite a sad story. I didn't actually know this, to be honest. I'm not sure if this happened with the paperbacks as well. But yeah, the Horns of Nymon, this Target book did not sell well. It didn't sell a lot of copies, it didn't. And what happened to the copies of the Horns of Nymon? Well, they were destroyed, they were. And like one box of these Horns of Nymon books were given away free, they were. But yeah, all the other ones were destroyed, so it's a very sad story, I would say. I hate that sort of stuff when you destroy something like that. It's a pretty sad story. So yeah, it takes some time for you to find this, but if you do find it, it won't go for a lot of money. So even though there's not a lot of copies around, you can still get it for a good price. It's like the Wheel in Space paperback, Half the copies were destroyed because of a fire. There's still quite a few of them out there, and they won't go for stupid money unless the seller's being a greedy git. It's very much like the Wheel in Space a little bit, but compared to the Wheel in Space and the Horns of Nimon, this one will go for a little bit less money, and this one appears less often than the Wheel in Space, so very similar, or quite similar. So yeah, that's the Horns of Nimon. And for the last, actually no, not the last, sorry, don't know why I said that. Yeah, the next hardback, got a very weird part of the cover it has. A snake dance. Yeah, Terrence Dicks. Yeah, it's quite weird when they have the fifth Doctor, sorry, up there and behind the logo. It's quite weird. Also did it on Enlightenment as well. I think that's the only book covers, Target book covers they did it on, and that was it. But the cover here itself, like with the Mara and Earth so small around here, is a very effective cover. Very nice simplistic design, but it's really in your face in this as well, which I love it. Don't really like the story too much, I prefer it to Kinder. But these stories, the Mara tales, are too psychedelic for me, not my personal taste. Now to the last hardback now. It's very gorgeous WH Allen hardback, and everyone needs this in their collection. Every Doctor Who collector needs to have this. It's not rare. It was a very popular book. It was the most popular WH Allen book ever released. Over 100,000 copies were sold, they were. So you definitely won't have a problem finding this book because there's so many of them. Yep, I'm talking about Doctor Who, A Celebration. 2 decades through time and space. Yeah, this is a pretty damn big Doctor Who book. Yeah, they did this quite a few times. They did this with the Key to Time, the Early Years, the Times Traveller's Guide, and I think the Doctor Who File was another one. It might be a little bit smaller. I'm not too sure. I don't have it, so might be wrong there. But I have A Celebration. Everyone needs this in their collection. It's just worth it. It's a beautiful book. It is. You got some fantastic illustrations in there, covering the William Hartnell era, covering some stuff on the annuals. There we go. It's covering the First Doctor by there. And we have Patrick Troughton in the John Pertwee era, Fifth Doctor era. It's a lovely book, and this is hardbound, and this is a dust jacket, but I'm going to leave the dust jacket on, I am. Don't want to take it off. Yep, that's Doctor Who, A Celebration, and it looks lovely on a stand, so if you have this book, put it on a stand if you want to, because it definitely looks almighty. So, that was section 1. Done and dusted. So now, we'll be moving on to section 2 of the Ultimate Showcase, being the bundles. So that was section 1. Let's move to the next part. Section 1 is done and dusted. Now we're on to section number 2. This is going to consist of Doctor Who book bundles, and this one is the first one. Got this from eBay, and it consists of 4 Doctor Who books. Plus the Doctor Who books in here, pretty damn good with rarity. Now these 4 books are all from the same range, and I won't say what range because, well, it'd be best for you just to wait and find out. It's more fun that way, so it could be anything Telos novellas, Big Finish short trips, Target books, Target hardback books, Hearst publishing books, charity books, could be anything. So let's just unbox the parcel. Another part to open this, but that's very nice. It says thank you for your custom by Dean. Draw a Dalek. Yeah, that's very nice, that is. So yeah, thank you very much from this seller. So you've got the books out of the parcel. Now what do you think it is? Tell Us novellas, Big Finish short trip books, Target hardbacks, very rare Target books, Hearst Publishing books, charity books. What do you think it is? Well, in this bundle, it's Target hardbacks. Yep, this is a Target hardback bundle. So let's go through the 4 Target hardback books. The first one is Full Circle by Andrew Smith. Now, I'm not too sure if these are extra library or non-extra library. I know 2 of them aren't, but 2 of them are, and I can't remember which ones are or aren't. This one, yeah, this one is an extra library copy from the looks of it. Yep, nice to have this Target hardback. Out of all the ones I've got, this is the least rarest one. I mean, on Amazon it's not on Amazon, which most of the Target hardbacks aren't. You just gotta wait for them if you want to get it off Amazon. This one, it occasionally appears on eBay now and again, and you can get it for a good price. It's like one of the Target hardbacks, like Inferno, for example. You just gotta play the waiting game. If you don't know my opinions on the E-Space trilogy, I don't really like it, I don't. So yeah, that's the Target hardback of Full Circle. Lovely cover as well. There's the spine right by there. And the back, the bio featuring and then showcasing other Doctor Who books as well. And the page count for this book is 123 pages. Yep, that's Full Circle, the easiest one to get out of all of them in this bundle. Absolutely. Yes, next Doctor Who hardback. Lovely to have it. This is not an ex-library copy. To be honest, I don't really mind if they are or aren't. But as I always say, it's an added bonus if it isn't. The next Target hardback, very happy to have it, is one of the later Target hardbacks. If my mind's correct, it's the penultimate. It's The Edge of Destruction by Nigel Robinson. Now, I do enjoy The Edge of Destruction as a TV story. But with the book, with the Target book, they can add so much more depth, so much more detail to the story. And The Edge of Destruction will feel even better when it's got this added or extended detail into it. But anyway, very happy to have this, The Edge of Destruction. You know, the hardback is known to be quite difficult, and the paperback is known to be quite rare as well. You know, the hardback is known to be quite difficult, and the paperback is known to be quite rare as well. This is a Target book I've always wanted to get, out of all of them really, just to see how the Target novelization is. I've always been interested to give this a read and compare it to the TV story, and to see this extended depth or detail which I'm hoping and it should have within the book. Yeah, the cover is absolutely lovely. This is quite thin, this Target book, because it's a 2-parter, but most 2-parters are quite thick for Target books. You can see Full Circle's a lot more thicker than it. And the back as well. My cover, you know, this isn't just like sellotape or anything like that. That's actually the cover, but it very much looks like sellotape is on the book, but no, it's not sellotape, it's the book itself. But it's in lovely condition. The pages are white, they are. It's absolutely fantastic to see in such lovely condition, and it's non-ex library. 120 pages altogether in this one. So yeah, that's The Edge of Destruction. Very happy to have this Target book. The third and the penultimate Target hardback. This one, 100 quid on Amazon, the lowest price. You don't see it a lot on eBay. You don't. You can get it for a good price if you wait, but it doesn't appear on eBay a lot. And to be honest, I thought me getting this one, it would take some time, or it'd be one of the later ones. Not with really difficulty, but just waiting for it really. But I have this Target hardback, lovely to have it. And this one is an ex-library, still I'm not bothered at all. It's in lovely condition nonetheless. This Target hardback is The Mysterious Planet. Yeah, it's a very expensive Target hardback on Amazon, like 105 quid. Again, it's one of the later ones. But yeah, lovely to have it. Just thought I wouldn't get it so quickly. Yeah, that's the front cover. There's the spine, a little bit dented the spine. And there's the back, have the seal or Rassilon on by there. And the page count is 127 pages approx. Out of all the Target hardbacks I've got, this one has definitely got age on it. It still is in good condition nonetheless. And is this? Yeah, I think this was an extra library copy. Yeah, extra library copy. So yeah, it's The Mysterious Planet for the penultimate Target hardback. So yeah, that was The Mysterious Planet. Now we've got one more left. And boy, am I surprised that this came up on eBay and I got it for an amazing price. Because it goes for a ludicrous amount of money. And yet it makes all these just nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's known to be an extremely rare Doctor Who book. And I can't believe I got this Target hardback in my collection. So what can it possibly be that I'm talking about? Well, I just need to do this to confirm it. You probably were expecting this to be in section 3, but no, I got it as a bundle. The Alan Wingate hardback of the Auton Invasion. Is it really? No. No, it's not. It's the W.H. Allen edition of the Auton Invasion. Now, no, it's not rarer than these in a landslide. I'd probably say this one out of all of them is potentially the rarest. It's hard to say when you're talking about Target hardbacks. Yeah, that's a little throwback to the January showcase 2016 when I pretend the Dark Path was in the showcase, but it wasn't. But no, not the Alan Wingate hardback of the Auton Invasion, it's the W.H. Allen version. Now, it would have been absolutely brilliant if it was, but still, I'm happy nonetheless to have the W.H. Allen edition. But you're probably saying, will you get the Alan Wingate hardback even though you got the W.H. Allen? Well, of course, it's the rarest Target hardback, sorry. Yeah, that's worthy to be in like a display case or something, and not on the shelf. So this one will go on the shelf. When I get the Alan Wingate hardback of the Auton Invasion, when it ever appears, it's going in a nice display case. But anyway, the W.H. Allen hardback cover is based on the third paperback, I do believe. But of course, the Alan Wingate one being based on the first edition paperback cover. This one's still nice nonetheless. Lovely to have the W.H. Allen. Still, I'm gonna hunt down that Alan Wingate hardback unless I've already got it and it's in the section 3. I mean, this might just be a ruse just to throw you off and say, oh no, I don't have it at all, I only have the W.H. Allen version. Because this doesn't confirm whatsoever that I don't have the Alan Wingate hardback. But anyway, that's a recap. The Auton Invasion hardback W.H. Allen. The Mysterious Planet W.H. Allen hardback. The Edge Destruction W.H. Allen hardback. And Full Circle W.H. Allen hardback. A lovely Doctor Who W.H. Allen hardback bundle. So let's move on to the second bundle in this section. Bundle 2 is called the Comic Guru Bundle. So let's move to the second bundle of section 2. So on Tuesday the 23rd of August, which is today when I'm recording this, I went to Cardiff for a day out and it was a wonderful day out. And I spent quite a bit of money on some very snazzy items. Of course it is Doctor Who books. I went to a shop called Comic Guru and I highly recommend it. If you're in Cardiff, find the shop. It's next to the old bus station where they are rebuilding it. It's just a fantastic shop. You can get so many great books down there for some fantastic prices. And yes, I got a nice selection of Doctor Who books within this bag. 6 Doctor Who books here. So yeah, I spent a nice amount of money on these 6 Doctor Who books. But what I'm about to reveal is just incredible. So yeah, I've got 6 Doctor Who books here. 2 of them common Doctor Who books. 2 of them very rare books. The 5th book, another extremely rare book. But the last one. When I seen this book, I thought I was dreaming. I just it can't be. It doesn't make no sense that it appeared in this shop. As I'm not joking here, it's one of the rarest books you can ever get. But this book, just finding it in this shop is just the find of the century, really, because it's one of the hardest books you can ever get in your collection. So I am baffled. I got this book. When I go through the stats, reveal the price and all that, it's just crazy. If this will happen again for this book is another question. So yeah, 6 Doctor Who books. 2 common, I would say 3 very rare, and then the last one just pure insane, really. It would have made sense to put it in the final section, but it's not as an unboxing, so it wouldn't really work, especially a bag, really. So why not do it as a special section with this section called the Comic Guru Bundle. Anyway, let's reveal what I got from Comic Guru. 6 Doctor Who books here. As I said, 2 common, 3 very rare, and the other one just being completely insane. Even the 3 very rare ones will really make people go, wow, can't believe you got this book in your collection. So yeah, starting with the common ones. Book number 1, I got a Comic Guru. It's a common book, no rarity to it. It's a BBC book. Oh, the bag is actually covering the lighting. There we go. Yes, it is The King of Terror by Keith Toppin. And this one is actually a 5th Doctor story featuring Tegan and Turlough, as well with the unit teams such as the Brigadier, Benton and all that. So it's one of these stories with Deep Blue as well. Now I'm not sure if the King of Terror is going to be better or Deep Blue, who knows? Because, you know, Keith Toppin and Mark Morris himself, you know, sometimes they're a little bit shaky. I mean, Mark Morris' story, The Moonflash, is literally a pile of crap. There's no other, you know, explanation you can really give Moonflash, really. Keith Toppin, he has his off days, I would say, really. He's quite good collaborating with Martin Day, but at times they do their own stuff, like Martin Day, like Bunker Soldiers, Keith Toppin, Byzantium, Ghost Ship. However, with quite a few Keith Toppin's work, people just say it's incredibly disappointing or just absolutely rubbish. But yeah, this book by Keith Toppin, exactly the same story with the writer. It's a rather diversified book. I've seen so much hate on this book. Some people absolutely hate it. Hate its guts. Some people say it's aberration. Some people say it's one of the best books of all time. One of the best 5th Doctor books. Even better than Deep Blue. So it's rather a very diversified. So I'm not sure which direction it will take me. I like it where stuff is diversified. It's actually some of my favourite stuff to review. Because you can look at both their sides of why it would be hated or why it would be loved. So I do love doing reviews like that. Yeah, that's The King of Terror. Of course, a common book, no rarity to it at all. The second book, it's a common one. It's a EDA, and it's Casualties of War, which is the 2nd installment from the Earth arc, which the Earth arc features after the convoluted craziness of the faction paradox, concluding with the Ancestor Cell. Now, of course, I'm doing an EDA marathon in January 2017. That's when I'm going to start doing my reviews, when I'll start reading the books, probably not too long after this video, probably. But anyway, the Earth arc has always seemed to be a very good arc. I cannot wait to get to this arc. The only one I don't have right now when recording this, because of course I might have it in the previous section, is the Burning and Escape Velocity. That was also in Comic Guru, but it's cheap on Amazon, so you know, just get it for a penny, or even off eBay for like £1. This, I believe, is like $3.99, or maybe even a £5. I'm not too sure. And I got it for the original price of $4.99 without the cancerous postage and packing, so good deal, because I hate Amazon's postage and packing. Again, not a rare book whatsoever. Yeah, I do love all the Earth arc stories. They do really interest me. I guess Escape Velocity seems the least interesting. Burning, that sounds quite interesting. A really interesting monster, and how that's going to connect to another book. This one seems like a good old gritty gravitas book, so I'm going to like that one. Turing Test, that one sounds pretty good. Endgame, good. Father Time, Very risky, but I like the look of it. Yeah, I cannot wait to dive into the Earth arc. How long that will take, I'm not too sure. If I could get past all the interference nonsense and the faction paradox stuff. I probably will, because I don't give up on books, even if they're complete garbage or convoluted or onerous. So yeah, there were the two common books, two BBC books. You know, the BBC books are flipping difficult to get. None of them are really. You even get the rare ones for like £5 off eBay. Yeah, that's the King of Terror and Casualties of War. I mean, comparing it to the other books, they really have no rarity, don't they? Especially the ones in the bag right now. Now we're moving to the very rare Doctor Who books now. Now the next book I'm going to be showcasing, very rare Doctor Who book. I actually wanted it for quite some time. I've had quite some trouble finding it on the internet, really. But very happy I have tracked it down. And this book, very happy to have it in my collection. It is the deluxe edition of Time and Relative, which is by Kim Newman, featuring the First Doctor and Susan to be actually the prequel to An Unearthly Child. Of course, if you know the Telos novellas, they have a standard edition and a deluxe edition. Now the standard edition, even though that is quite hard to get as well, I'm not going to lie, it's about £40 off Amazon. But of course I didn't want the standard edition, I wanted to track down the deluxe edition. But I really had a bad time trying to find it on Amazon, and it hasn't appeared on eBay this year, not the deluxe edition. Even though it has the most copies out of the other deluxe items, it has 1,400, whereas the other one's like 800 or even 600. Yeah, since I really want to get all the First Doctor stories, being of course classic stories, which I've got more, Big Finish and books, this is one I had some trouble getting, but finally did. Got it at Comic Guru. And of course, with the deluxe editions, they have like a unique style and design of front cover and whatnot. You can see it has this really nice icy effect on the book. With the stand, it's just plain white really. And the text as well, really nice cover design. Yeah, both are pretty hard. Standard, you know, quite pricey I would say. But the deluxe, it's just, for some reason, it's just a little bit annoying to find. Yes, if we open it up, the signature page, there you go. Mine is actually quite a low number, 13 out of 1,400. And then we have some signatures by here with Kim Newman, the writer, Justin Richard, who did like just show you quickly, forward of this book. And then we have the one who actually did the art design or the concept art for Time and Relative, which is here. Very nice. See, that is a Time and Relative by Kim Newman, a Telos novella. This was actually my most wanted Telos novella, with Frayed, which is another First Doctor one, but this one was my most wanted one. I just really wanted this deluxe one. I didn't want to go down the standard direction. That's just doing the easy direction. I, of course, go for the big stuff, obviously. Yeah, a pretty difficult book, I'm not going to lie, really, even though there's a lot more copies of Time and Relative to other Telos novella books. I think because it was the first one, and it's actually quite popular, as I've heard, it just goes for quite a bit of money and is quite rare. So, very nice to have Time and Relative, the first Telos novella. So yeah, we've got 3 more books in the bag. Next Doctor Who book, another one I'm very happy to have. And it is another Telos novella. This time, it's of Wonderland by Mark Chadbourne. Yeah, this again is a deluxe book. It's a lot thinner than the other one. This is about 99 pages, something like that. I had a little look through it. Not sure if you can catch the layer. Yeah, you can catch it there. Of course, with the deluxe ones, they have like a unique logo and a unique design. Yeah, this one is actually a second Doctor Ben and Polly story, not featuring Jamie because it's before the Highlanders, this one. The unique number for this one, see, it's a lot more limited. 13, again 13, which is quite coincidental, out of 800. And we've got some brilliant signatures by there, of course, including the concept art designer, the writer. Of course, when we look through There we go, there's the concept art. Very nice, creepy concept art. Very interesting story, this one. Yeah, I'll just show you the page count. I'll show you time and relative as I forgot to show it. This will be a really quick read. 92 pages. This is, you can fly through this in about an hour, really. This one's actually much more unique because it's actually told in a first-person perspective with one of the characters being Susan, whereas Wonderland isn't. You know, there is quite a lot of special stuff that Talos Novellas does. I mean, the Dalek factor doesn't actually confirm what Doctor it is, as well as the Cabinet of Light. 115 pages, so you know, the Talos Novellas are really short stories. You know, so it's something like a quick read, which is very nice, and sometimes they have some really ambitious and clever ideas. I am quite a fan of these books, and I would love to get them more. There is 15 in total with the Talos Novellas. I mean, there are some flipping difficult ones to get now. I wish I got into this range earlier, because I probably would have found it a little bit more easier, but no, they're quite tricky. The Dalek Factor, that's quite a toughie. Blood and Hope. Foreign Devils, Fallen Gods was actually recommended to me. Hopefully I'll track down the deluxe one. Oh yeah, Riptide as well, which is probably the hardest out of the lot. Two lovely Talos Novellas. I've got 4 out of 15. So I've got Time and Relative, Wonderland, Citadel of Dreams, which is the easiest one you can get, and Shell Shock. So we've got 2 more books left to showcase now from my Comic Guru bundle. So, for book number 5, very rare Doctor Who book. It's very difficult to appear on the internet, however, it doesn't have a big value to it, so it won't go crazy in bid or anything like that, but again, very hard to track down on the internet when we're talking about eBay, and I do believe it is listed on Amazon as well. So the book, talking about a very nice, gorgeous Doctor Who book. And again, it's another Telos book. Going crazy with the Telos stuff, I am. It is the limited edition of Back to the Vortex, which is the unofficial and unauthorized guide to Doctor Who 2005. And yeah, very thick Doctor Who book, this one. Not sure what the page count is because I actually haven't looked through it yet. I'm going to guess about over 400. You shouldn't really have a big problem with this book. I know it has very high difficulty appearing from my research because I'll show you why, but you shouldn't have a problem actually winning a bid auction or anything like that because it shouldn't go for a lot of money. But anyway, why this book is quite of a big rare book, it is actually a limited edition of 500 copies. This is 450 out of 500. I got some pretty unique signatures. There's the difference between the spines. You see the Talos Novellas are really thin books. Yeah, this one's quite a fat book. See the page count on this one. I'm just going to guess it was over 400 pages. Yeah, it's just over 400 pages. A really thick Doctor Who book, this one is. Lovely to have it in my collection. Again, very rare Doctor Who book. Difficulty appearing is very high. However, it shouldn't go for a lot of money. If I'm gonna guess, around about £20, you'll probably get it for $30, something around there. It shouldn't be a problem. Just gotta play the waiting game, really. But yeah, a lovely book to have in my collection. Cannot wait to put it on the shelf. Again, I thought it was a very rare Doctor Who book when I looked at the limited edition. I thought, holy crap, this is definitely a good one. However, I looked into it, and but the value isn't extremely high with the bid war, so not an extremely rare Doctor Who book, because you shouldn't have a problem with it, but a rare one nonetheless. So, we've got one more book in the bag, and this is the insane one. Seeing this in the shop, I just couldn't believe. I said, is this really in the shop? Am I just hallucinating, going crazy? My imagination is literally the find of the century. I mean, even finding something like the Wheel in Space hardback or something like that within a Doctor Who shop would be crazy, but finding something like this is just remarkable. No joke, but this is going to be one of the rarest Doctor Who books in my entire collection. So then, to the reveal. of this extremely rare Doctor Who book. When I go through the stats, it's gonna be completely crazy that I got it for this much money, and I even found it a tour in a shop. So then, this insane rare Doctor Who book, which I found in Comic Guru in Cardiff. No idea how anyone else actually didn't get this book, and I'm happy because it's now in my collection. And if anyone went in Comic Guru before the 23rd of August, then you missed out on a book which has gone for like £100 off eBay. So Doctor Who fanatics, this extremely rare, difficult Doctor Who book in my collection, this is no other than the Time Hunter book, being Peculiar Lives. Now the Time Hunter series is probably a series which you have not heard before, or you don't know what it's about. I have heard the series, but I don't know what it's about. I have no idea. But of course it is by Telos, as you can see by the spine. So what makes this book so damn insane with rarity? What's so special about it? Because of course the cover, all it has is Time Hunter and this sharpshooter logo. So what's so special about it? What makes this book defined as one of the most hardest books to get of all time in your collection? Well, let's just open the book. This book here, there was only 100 printed. 100 printed. And my number is 49 out of 100. And as well, it's signed by the writer. So yeah, that's why it's so extremely difficult to get. Because there is only 100 of these books ever done. So that's what I mean. Finding it in a shop in Cardiff, even though there's only 100 of them done, it's just mind-baffling. But I found this damn book in a shop. I mean, what are the chances of this book appearing on eBay again? But yeah, anyway, to the Time Hunter series, I do know a little bit about it. I don't really know story content, but I know a little bit about the range. And it's actually something I didn't add in my rarest book document list, because I actually didn't know they were this rare. Now there are paperback versions of these which aren't rare at all. Yeah, these are the deluxe ones, the hardback, and of course, I go for the rarest stuff. So yeah, with the Telos novellas, there were 15 of them, and for the Time Hunter books, there were either 10 or 11, I can't remember. So yeah, there's 9 more of these bad boys to find. And I know a few of them are limited to 200, 150, and 100. So, even though it's going to be very unlikely, I would like to track down the other Time Hunter books. And to have the whole set, that's going to be brilliant. So yeah, I have one of the Time Hunter books, limited to 100 copies. Yeah, the book is 131 pages. So yeah, to recap this little section, I mean, this could have been its own video in itself, really, for a showcase. So yeah, first one is The King of Terror. Then it's the EDA book from the Earth arc, Casualties of War. There was some Telos novellas. I would love to get all these in my collection, and as well, they really do intrigue me. The deluxe of Time and Relative, limited to 1,400 copies. Wonderland Deluxe Edition, limited to 800 copies. Then the limited edition hardback of Back in the Vortex by Telos, limited to 500 copies. And then the big bad boy himself, the Time Hunter book of Peculiar Lives, limited to 100 copies. Definitely the most exciting bundle. I've been waiting for this parcel, actually for not that long. I've just been quite impatient for it. This bundle is the classic hardback bundle. So here is the very big parcel. Yeah, this contains a lot of Doctor Who hardbacks. And the rarity on some of these is wow, pretty big. So how did I obtain this? The bundle I found on eBay, I went straight for it. Didn't have any second thoughts, just went straight for the bundle. £50, all these hardbacks in here. It was a buy now. If it was a bid listing, it would have been a completely different story. It would have gone over 100 quid, no doubt. I've looked at classic hardbacks, you know, bundles at bid listings, and they go for over 100 quid usually. Yeah, in this bundle there are 5 classic hardbacks. One of them doesn't have any rarity to it, but I don't have it, so it's still a very snazzy Doctor Who book nevertheless. And 4 of them are rare Doctor Who books. One of them, I'm so over the moon it was in this bundle. I'm just so excited about showcasing it. And there's another one which I'm very bizarre Doctor Who book. I've never seen it before, which is quite odd because I know a lot about Doctor Who books. So with no further ado, let's unbox the parcel. It's very well wrapped because this was sent recorded. So let's open the parcel. There we go, done. Just move it by there. So yeah, there are, I'm not sure how long I've told me, about 5 minutes or something, I don't know. So yeah, there are 5 classic hardbacks in this, 50 quid, so £10 for each book. 1 common and the rest are rare. So it goes something like this: 1 common, 2 very rare, 1 extremely rare, and the other very bizarre book. Alright, good. As I said, parcel is open. 5 Doctor Who books here. We'll do the common one first, then the 2 very rare ones, working in rarity order, then that extremely rare book, which I'm so chuffed I've got, and then that really bizarre book at the end. So for the first book, it's not rare. You can get it for like a couple of quid off eBay or Amazon or whatever, but it's still nice to have it because I don't have it in my collection. It's a very nice looking hardback. Yeah, this common book, a very nice, snazzy looking book, is the Dalek Omnibus, written by Terrence Dicks, which is a collection of 3 Dalek novelizations. Yeah, there's 3 classic Dalek novelizations in 1 Doctor Who book, and it is a very nice looking hardback. Again, W.H. Allen by there. It's a W.H. Allen hardback, and not a rare one, but a very nice looking one, and with stunning artwork as well. One of the most common W.H. Allen hardbacks is actually one of the most prettiest W.H. Allen hardbacks. Again, I love the spine on that. And the books which are in this collection book is the Dalek Invasion of Earth. It's a very rare Alan Wingate hardback as well, quite difficult with a W.H. Allen hardback. Planet of the Daleks, one of the most hardest classic novelizations to track down in hardback, is an Alan Wingate hardback only, and Day of the Daleks, you know, not really waiting game hardback, I would say. Again, this one's not rare. There's quite a few omnibus books there is 2 4th Doctor ones called The Adventures of Doctor Who and The Further Adventures of Doctor Who, and then there's just one called Doctor Who Omnibus with the Doctor Who logo by there, and it's like a cream book hardback. Yeah, this one definitely has the most gorgeous cover, one of my favourite covers on a W.H. Allen hardback book. Common book, but yeah, very snazzy one. Looked very nice on the shelf. Who doesn't love a good old hardback? See, that was the common book out of the way, still a nice one to showcase. Now to the rare ones. 4 books left, I'm going to show them in rarity order. 2 very rare ones, 1 extremely rare one, and a very bizarre one left at the end. So the next book, you can get it in paperback or hardback form. And of course I've got it in hardback form, and it looks so much more better in hardback form. Don't have it as a paperback, but it just looks better as a hardback. Of course hardbacks are always better. And this book is called, it's kind of an old book, the John Pertwee Book of Monsters, edited by Richard Davis. This book is actually a collection book, like the Big Finish short trips, for example, the Decalogue series. This was the first collection book ever done featuring small stories within one book. So to have this in hardback instead of paperback is very nice. The paperback on Amazon, not too sure how much it is on Amazon. I have no idea, you have to check. The hardback, there's only one copy on Amazon for like 65 quid. That's about it. You can hunt down this book for a good price. I've seen this book, the John Pertwee Book of Monsters hardback, in a lot of bundles. Never seen it on its own a lot, but I've seen it in quite a few bundles. Yeah, I've seen it in about 3 different bundles on eBay. And for the spine by there, that's a bit of damage. That's the only bit of damage on the book. We have the John Pertwee Book of Monsters, edited by Richard Davis. And there we have the company, there we go, that printed the book. This is not a W.H. Allen or an Alan Wingate hardback. And the illustrations by Robin Jack Hughes. Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. And then we have the bio on the story, or the whole book essentially. Yeah, this book has some really nice illustrations and really creative ones for, actually, it's the wrong way around. I put the dust jacket on the wrong way around, what a fool. Yes, anyway, as I was saying, this book has some marvellous creative illustrations. I'll find some. There we go, there's all the contents of the stories. There's the Knight of Sand, the Nondescript, Spawn, the Glendale Monster, Ming, the Intruders, the Lambton Worm, the Eyes That Have It, the Samala Plant, and then the epilogue by John Pertwee himself. Yeah, let's show you some of the crazy illustrations if I can find some. And go rather a disturbing illustration by there. There's another one. Astronauts and a giant spider. Again, really creepy illustrations. Here's another one. Really nice illustrations, I love it. Really nice creepy book. Might have some really creepy short stories in it. So yeah, that was the John Pertwee Book of Monsters, edited by Richard Davis. Brilliant addition to the collection. So we've got 3 more classic hardbacks to go through now, and I will confirm 2 of them. The next 2 I'm going to be showcasing are Target hardback books. So of course a lot of people love these Doctor Who books. I've got 2 of them to showcase. One of them being very rare, which I'm very happy to have, and the other one I'm just been so buzzing about, and to have it in my hands is just going to be wonderful. And for the final one, I'll just keep it quiet until we get to it. So let's just take both the hardbacks out. My word, I can't believe I've got this hardback right here. We'll showcase that one after the other one. So yes, to the Target hardbacks, 2 Target hardbacks here. One very rare, one extremely rare. So for the first Target hardback, it is the hardback of Death to the Daleks by Terrance Dicks. Very happy to have this one because this was one of my most wanted Target hardbacks. Death to the Daleks was actually the first story I got on DVD to build up my collection and when I got back into Doctor Who. So Death to the Daleks is actually quite a special story to me. And you can see the DVD cover is obviously inspired from the Target cover, and just a really stunning cover. Yes, this is a W.H. Allen Lombo book, so it looks identical to the Alan Wingate spine. No, there's no Alan Wingate version of Death of the Daleks, it's only the W.H. Allen version. Or edition, I should say, actually. Yeah, written by Terrance Dicks. The back is completely blank. And of course, as you can tell, this is a dust jacket, so you can't take it off. Yep, it is an ex-library copy, which again, I don't really care about. Yeah, the pages, just show you here, they're a little bit worn. The seller did say this, for this book, out of all the books, was not the best condition. And yeah, the page count is 125. So yeah, that is the Death to the Daleks Target W.H. Allen hardback. Lovely to have in my collection. As I said, it was one of my most wanted ones because it was my first DVD I got in my collection when I got back into Doctor Who. 2 more books. Yeah, we move on to this one, which I just cannot believe I got in my collection. Yeah, it's a Target hardback, and it's extremely rare. It's a lot rarer than this hardback. A lot rarer. This one doesn't appear a lot. It won't go for the most money. This one, on the other hand, it will. And yeah, since this bundle was 50 quid, technically, I paid 10 quid for this book. Which could be the cheapest it's gone for on eBay. Of course not. overall, such as when it came out. So I'm going to play this book like this. Guess what hardback this is? I said it's one of the rarest Target hardbacks to get in your collection. Is it a W.H. Allen? Is it an Allen Wingate? Alright, let's narrow this down a little bit. This book is written by Terrence Dicks. It is an Allen Wingate hardback, and it's well known to be difficult and expensive to get in your collection. So what is it? Again, just baffled. It was in this bundle for 50 quid, I got it for a tenner, and the cheapest it's gone for, by not counting this one, is £15 on eBay. You might know what I'm trying to allude to now. So this hardback, which I'm so happy to add in my collection, it's no other than Doctor Who and the Dalek Invasion of Earth. It is the Allen Wingate hardback edition. Now, I was being a little bit of a tease there because I could have been alluding to the Auton Invasion hardback because that went for £15 as well, so I tried to do a little bit of a tease there. But nope, it's not the Auton Invasion hardback, it's the Dalek Invasion of Earth. It is one of the hardest, not sure if it's the hardest, gotta look into it, but it's one of the hardest 60s era hardback to get in your collection. So, it obviously makes sense of why the Allen Wingate edition, I always keep saying version, is extremely rare. Now, I am happy it's not the W.H. Allen edition because that's the second edition. Still, I would have been happy with it, but I wouldn't be going crazy over it, which I am right now. Yeah, the W.H. Allen holds rarity, but of course not as much as the Allen Wingate version, as the Allen Wingate hardback was the first edition. Got it for 10 quid, just a bargain. On Amazon, just stupid. There is a £90 collectible, but I think that's the W.H. Allen version, but there's other ones for like £1,000. Yeah, don't go for them. You know, if you play the waiting game, you could find one on eBay. There was a buy now on eBay for 37 or 40 quid about a few months ago. As well, at this current time, there is a bid one starting. Not sure what the bid is at, but hey, gotta be happy. Got it for 10 quid. Bargain for one of the rarest Target hardbacks. Again, I have to say this is one of my favourite covers. The Roboman, completely different on the Target hardback. On the Target cover, Dalek spaceships by there, London in the background, Big Ben, have the Dalek by there, and more Dalek sources by there as well. And for the spine, the text, different colour, because it's usually black, is actually orange. Doctor Who, Dalek Invasion of Earth, Terrence Dicks, Allen Wingate. The back is completely blank. Yeah, it is a dust jacket. And is this an ex-library? Holy shit balls, it isn't. Well, that's crazy. Well, that's just an added bonus, that is. Again, I don't really care if it's ex-library or not. But if it's not, it's obviously an added bonus. And the page count is 142 pages. So technically I've got the Dalek Invasion of Earth twice, because I've got the Dalek Omnibus, but to have it in Allen Wingate hardback, it's just such a treat. But it's going to look so lovely on the shelf. So happy I've got it in my collection. So yeah, that was the Allen Wingate hardback of Doctor Who and the Dalek Invasion of Earth Allen Wingate hardback. So we got one more book, and a very interesting one to say the least. I left this one last because it is very unique, very bizarre, and very interesting. This book isn't supposed to be a hardback. It wasn't printed as a hardback, but this book is in hardback form. So I was thinking in my head, is this book being modified? It's definitely nice to have in my collection, because you seeing this in someone else's book collection is, well, 0%, because this definitely is a unique book. It's going to look very odd on my collection. So what could I possibly be alluding to here? This book, it's a Target book, but this edition was never supposed to be a hardback, but it is. So is it one of the books after The Smugglers which weren't done in hardback at all? No. This one is actually one of the more older Target books, and this edition was never supposed to be a hardback. This is a modified book. Again, it's going to look so weird on the shelf. Yeah, this is the Doctor Who book. It's a book of Doctor Who and the Daleks. As I said, it's a hardback. There are only 3 editions, 3 hardback editions of Doctor Who and the Daleks. There's actually 4 now, but yeah, it's An Exciting Adventure with the Daleks, pink edition, grey edition, White Lion, and the November 2016 reprint. As you can see, this is a Target book edition, but it has a hardback. This is a modified Doctor Who and the Daleks hardback. So if you're wondering what Doctor Who and the Daleks W.H. Allen hardback would look like, this is what it would look like essentially. It doesn't say W.H. Allen by there at all or anything like that. It is the Target book, just modified into a hardback. Yeah, it's just so bizarre. It is. Just expecting it. It's a lot smaller in size, as you can see. Yet this book isn't fake, isn't made up. It is Doctor Who, An Exciting Adventure with the Daleks. You'll just showcase some of the pages. Got all the illustrations as well. So there we go, a very bizarre, unique Doctor Who and the Daleks modified hardback. Again, it's going to look so weird on the shelf. Because again, it's not supposed to be a hardback. So it's nice to have like a one-in-a-kind unique hardback. It's very nice to have it because you won't see this in like anyone else's book collection pretty much. And it's nice to have a modified hardback on a very old Target book as well. With something like Paradise Towers I go like nah. But with an old one, it just feels a little bit more better, it does. Again, wasn't supposed to be a hardback whatsoever. So yeah, to recap, this bundle, Doctor Who and the Dalek Omnibus, featuring the Dalek Invasion of Earth, the Planet of the Daleks and Day of the Daleks, the John Pertwee Book of Monsters, the W.H. Allen hardback of Death of the Daleks, the Alan Wingate hardback of the Dalek Invasion of Earth, and the very strange, obscure, bizarre, modified Doctor Who and the Daleks Target hardbook, we should call it. Can't call it W.H. Allen, one Alan Wingate, just got to call it a modified hardback. Is unboxing number 1. Here is the parcel. I'm going to give you a few hints on this one, but with the shape of it, you might guess what type of Doctor Who book this can be. Now there's some little hints on this one. This book has not been listed on eBay in any form this year. Buy now or bid. It has not appeared. The book has been out of print for quite some time. When it was sold and released, it was out of print very fast, and now the book is very hard to track down. eBay, it hardly ever appears, and as well the Amazon link, it's still there, but it's empty. So I didn't get it off eBay, so obviously I got it from Amazon, and yes, I got it from Amazon. I always check rare Doctor Who books Amazon links, even if they are empty, because you never know. Someone could put a link there. That happened with the Robots of Death hardback. There was one on £7. There was one for £7. Someone snatched that. The link is now empty. But yes, I tracked down a very hard to find Doctor Who book for £5 on Amazon. Plus the cancerous £2.80 post and packing. But this is such a good find. And when I show you some of the stuff in it, £5 of this is an absolute bargain. The other books are just going to get more better and more rarer. Yes, let's unbox the first Doctor Who book for the final section of the Ultimate Showcase. Very easy one to open, which is nice. There's quite a nice looking Doctor Who book. I haven't seen anyone have this in their collection just yet, because it's just a very hard book to find on the internet. Hasn't appeared on eBay this year in any form. It's only appeared once on Amazon by a seller who was newly launched. And for £5, this is an absolute bargain for this Doctor Who book. Yeah, as I said, how I found it, I just stumbled across a few Amazon links. Always check them, even if they're empty, with rare Doctor Who books, and I found one there for £5. So yeah, always check Amazon links, even if they're dead. Always check them, because you never know, someone can list a book on there. And so the value of this book, for one reason, is actually going to be very high, which I'm very happy. So yes, for unboxing number 1, the first rare Doctor Who book for the final section of the Ultimate Showcase. I'm very happy to have it in my collection, as I haven't seen anyone actually have this or own it in their collection. And the book I am on about is Second Thoughts, written by Colin Baker, which is a Hearst Publishing Doctor Who book. So yes, I have tracked down one of the Hearst Publishing books. Now the Hearst Publishing books, when they're released, they get out of print very fast and very hard to track down. It's like a little trilogy, I like to call it, where Colin Baker does 3 Doctor Who books, those being Gallimorphy, which is a collection book, Look Who's Talking, and Second Thoughts. And this is actually a sequel to Look Who's Talking by Colin Baker. Yes, a very nice book to have in my collection. It's nice to see it with my own eyes, as all I really see of this is just the front cover image, and that's it. Not really anyone who has it in their collection. It's just a very nice book to have in your collection, because not a lot of people actually own it in their collection. With £5 for this book, an absolute bargain. It would be nice to track down the other Hearst Publishing books. There's quite a few of them. The very controversial Auton, Axe and Saw is a very hard book to get, because it's no longer on Amazon anymore. The book was very controversial. Not sure why it is actually controversial. But yeah, I would like to get Gallimorphy, which is a collection book. Haven't seen it on Amazon or eBay this year. Look Who's Talking. Haven't seen it on eBay. It is listed on Amazon, but it's very expensive. Yeah, haven't got in the reason of why this book will be quite valuable. Anyway, I'll just showcase the front cover. We have the title of the book, Second Thoughts. Quite a nice cover with Colin Baker's coat, of course, with a laptop, showcasing Bucks Free Press. It's actually got quite a similar design to Synthespians a little bit, and we have a dog in the background as well. Colin Baker, as this book is written by Colin Baker. Now for the size of the book looks like a normal BBC book. We have Second Thoughts and Colin Baker, then Hearst down below, and then we have the back as well, then showcasing the prequel to this book. May have to get that book to understand this one, but I actually think you don't need to, because I do like to experience stuff in an order, really. So got a nice picture of Colin Baker by there. The original price is $9.99. It is actually signed by Colin Baker, so that is very nice. Unfortunately, I have the 2 person on it, which I don't really like on books or anything when you get something. But still, it's lovely to have Colin Baker's signature in this Doctor Who book. Yeah, pages lovely and white. And it's quite a long Doctor Who book. I think around about 272 pages, because it looked like a normal size a BBC book. It did to me, classic BBC book. It is 272 pages, which is, you know, the size of most BBC books. So yeah, I was right. Yeah, very nice looking Doctor Who book, this one. I have to get Look Who's Talking and as well Gallimorphy, a collection book. Yeah, it's nice to own one of the Hearst Publishing books, as they're very unlikely to appear on eBay, and when they're usually on sale and available, they become out of print very quickly. A £5 for this, plus it's signed, can't really argue. So that was the first unboxing of the Ultimate Showcase, the final section, Second Thoughts, written by Colin Baker. It's only going to get better with the unboxings. So let's move to unboxing number 2. So here is the parcel. We have quite of a thin one. So what is this going to be? It's a bit too small to be a Big Finish short trip book. Is it a Allen Wingate hardback? A W.H. Allen hardback? Could be something like The Wheel in Space, The Macro Terror, Unearthly Child, Cave Monsters. Is it a White Lion book? A Frederick Muller? So yes, place your guesses in your mind. I'm going to give you a few hints before I unbox it. Yeah, I got my hand here because it is covering the sender's address. As I said, it is a very big rare book. It's a lot rarer than Dying Days and Lumbarrow and the Big Finish short trips. Is it rarer than Times Champion, over, or just under? So yes, we will unbox this book. Okay, the parcel's open. That's just a bit of paper. So, any more guesses what this Doctor Who book can be? So yes, I'll be taking it out of the parcel in about 10 seconds. So any more further guesses, place it in your head what it could be. It's rarer than Lumbarrow, Dying Days, Big Finish short trip books. So yes, this extremely rare Doctor Who book is Campaign. An Adventure in Time and Space by Jim Mortimore. Wow, it feels absolutely brilliant having Campaign in my collection. The rarity of this book is under Times Champion. I like to call this one Times Champion's Son. With Campaign, originally it was going to be a BBC book, but of course the BBC, they rejected it. If you get Campaign in your collection, then you will probably have a good chance of getting Times Champion, because Campaign's rarity, as I said, is only just under Times Champion. The value is a little bit lower. Same thing with difficulty appearance, just a little bit lower, and the book feels absolutely gorgeous. It's got this brilliant material. It feels wonderful holding Campaign. When you hold Campaign, it feels really damn expensive. And what makes this one really good is actually the first edition, the release which came out in 2000. There was another print which came out in 2008. It's a bit more bigger of a book and it has a different design to it, and then it was republished in 2012 as a special edition. Yeah, I got the first edition. So that's another reason why Times Champion is rarer than Campaign. There were more printing copies of Campaign than Times Champion. And for an added bonus, apparently this is signed. And that is pretty unbelievable if it is. If it is signed, then the value on this, my word, it would be crazy. I hope it doesn't have the person's name on it, like To Adam or To Joe by Jim Mortimore. I just want the person's signature. If that is the case, then that's brilliant. I hope the seller didn't do a scam and the signature isn't in there, because that's happened before in the past. Yeah, let's see if it has. If Jimbo is Jim Mortimore's nickname, I don't know. So I may have to ask someone who knows Jim Mortimore, or I have to ask the person myself. Yeah, this is a dust jacket. I'll just quickly take it off. I'm quite gentle. There we go, there's the dust jacket by there. Feels really nice, this dust jacket, in gorgeous condition as well. It's a very thin book. It's about 175 pages, but there's a good look at the dust jacket, the spine, and then we have the bio. Oh, I'll read this, why not? The universe is dead. Time and space murdered. Stars and moons, planets, comets put to the sword. Physics and chemistry, mathematics, geography sent to the stake. Mother and father, friend and stranger, snug bound in Atropi's coven. Love dead, fear dead. Dogs and birds and cats and ants and books and pies and cars and lies, all dead and gone to less the dreams these long 10 years. Everyone that ever lived, every thought that ever held meaning, every flower that ever cupped dew, and every equation that ever bruised a portrait of truth. Somewhere inside Ian's mind, a page turned. All that we have is in here. He stamped the ground with a child's foot. Now, he waved, with a child's windmill arm at the universe the TARDIS has built for us to live out our lives in. There's nothing else worth remembering anymore. By understanding more the premise of the campaign, I can sort of see why this one was rejected by the BBC, because Jim Mortimer is notorious for having some of the craziest mental ideas of any Doctor Who writer. Outside the TARDIS, as it said, time and space is dead. And there's some interesting things here with Barbara being killed by radiation poisoning, which happened on Skaro. We have Ian becoming completely insane. Apparently he's murdered someone. It sounds utterly insane. And I think it's got some stuff on Alexander the Great as well, but I really have no idea what it's about. I actually have quite a flick through. I had a little look at the PDF form of it, and it just looked mind-baffling. I've never seen a book like this ever before. I'll show you some of the stuff. I can find some weird stuff in this book. Let's go and find the pages. Yeah, apparently this is just not like no normal Doctor Who book. This is something extremely experimental. And Jim Mortimer, I think he did state that this book will not be for everyone, and it will be very confusing in some places. So yeah, that's Jim Mortimer for you in a nutshell. That is. Just trying to find some of the weird stuff. I mean, got some stuff by here. Very weird. It's got some very weird illustrations in there, so if I can find any. It's not a long Doctor Who book. By looking at something. Some more stuff by there. That looks like a skull, that does. Yeah, and the writing as well. This book is possessed or something. Yeah, the book is presented like no other Doctor Who book. The BBC said this book is probably possessed or something. They said, no, we cannot publish this. Okay. Weird stuff as well by there. More stuff. We got a whole page saying, oh God, it's inside me, and all the text is saying help. I'm worried about reading this book. I might be possessed by some sort of creature before I finish this. Looks like some sort of game here. I'm a little bit confused, I am. I'm not sure what this is meant to be. It looks like some sort of maze game. If this ties into the story, apparently it does. More things by there. Is this all the illustration? Looks like, yeah, DNA. Looks like we have a script thing by here. And this looks like acknowledgements of author disclaimer. Well, Jim Mortimer, you have created one of the craziest things I have ever seen in my life. That's campaign, an adventure in time and space. I will be reviewing this. Yes, I will be reviewing this. Will I understand it? Probably not. I looked at some of the stuff and I said, what on earth is this? I'm even a bit confused of looking at this stuff, to be honest. I have no idea how it's going to connect to the plot, but yeah, those things you see, apparently it does something with the plot. A very obscure, original novel. Originality is something Jim Mortimer's very good at. For the looks of it, definitely. Yeah, I can see why this book won't be for everyone. It's going to be an interesting read. People think that Mad Dogs and Englishmen is crazy, like Sky Pirates and that, but looking in campaign, it hurts your brain. It's like something is in this book and it will possess you if you read it. It's going to be interesting, this one is. So yeah, that's Campaign by Jim Mortimer. Let's add this to the collection. So we're on the third unboxing now. We've had Second Thoughts and Campaign by Jim Mortimer. Here is the third unboxing. Now this one will come across to be a more valuable Doctor Who book because it's older than Campaign and Second Thoughts. And I paid 15 quid for this Doctor Who book. And when I show you it, definitely a bargain. The usual price is around 70 to 100 pounds. For 15 quid, an absolute bargain. And it was an eBay bid as well. And yeah, only one person was against me. I almost got it for the starting bid, but someone put £15 and 49 pence on it, which he didn't get it, and I won it for that amount. So let's unbox this Doctor Who book. Okay, the book is out of the parcel. By the shape, you might possibly tell what it is, and you can probably see it. You just see the cover by here and by here as well. So yeah, this Doctor Who book, got it for £15, and it is a Target hardback book of the Ice Warriors. So there we go, got a very rare, difficult Target hardback to track down, and one of the rarest of all time actually. Doctor Who and the Ice Warriors. There is both a W.H. Allen and an Alan Wingate hardback of this book. No, it's not the W.H. Allen. I tracked down the Alan Wingate hardback. Yes, very nice to have this Target hardback in my collection. And there was only three Alan Wingate hardbacks from the 60s of Doctor Who. Them being Doctor Who and the Dalek Invasion of Earth, which I've shown previously, and that's the only one with the first Doctor. And this one is only the Ice Warriors and the Web of Fear. So I've got 2 out of the 3 of the 60s Alan Wingate hardbacks. Yes, very happy to have it because it is a difficult one to track down. Usually goes to like the 70 to 100 pound area. It's very expensive off Amazon. I got it for a very cheap price of £15 from eBay, and it was even a bid as well. Yeah, there was a person selling quite a few hardbacks. He was selling Talons of Weng-Chiang, he was selling the 3 Doctors, some other ones as well, I can't remember, but the one I went for was the Ice Warriors because I would love to get the 60s hardbacks out of the way, especially the Alan Wingate ones because there's only 3 of them. And yes, it is an ex-library copy, right by there, which doesn't really bother me to be honest. If it wasn't, it's an added bonus, but I'm completely fine if it's an ex-library. The page mark is 144 pages. And yeah, the dust jacket is sellotaped off, so I'm not going to take it off obviously. And there's the back showing other Doctor Who Target hardbacks, all Alan Wingate hardbacks, 3 Doctors, Loch Ness Monster and a Dinosaur Invasion. A very difficult, one of the hardest ones to get. And relatively difficult, I would say, the Dinosaur Invasion, not extremely difficult though. So yeah, that is Doctor Who, the Alan Wingate hardback of the Ice Warriors. A welcome addition to my collection and my Target hardback collection as well. So let's move on to the next unboxing. Originally, this was going to be the last unboxing for the final section, because I said to myself, I'm not going to get anything else rarer than this. Yeah, I was completely wrong. You don't need to think of it as a Big Finish audio because I've got all the rare Big Finish audios if you don't count the non-Doctor Who ones like Sapphire and Steel, Highlander and or the deleted Big Finish ranges. So here is the parcel, and I'm going to give you no hints on this one. Just put in your mind, what is this Doctor Who book? And it's also a very special item as well. And the date when I got this item is as well very special. So this will be an item I will definitely treasure. I'm not saying what it is, a White Lion book, a Frederick Muller book, a Perfect Timing book, an annual, an Alan Wingate hardback, W.H. Allen, I'm not saying. But you can see it's fragile, right here, please do not bend, and on the back it's got so many fragile stickers. So with no further ado, let's unbox. Alright, I'm going to do the rest on camera because it's a little bit difficult to open it. Oh wow, seeing this is great. Really well protected, this item. So I've opened it a lot better. Now it's going to be beautiful to add to the collection. So let's see if you were right with what Doctor Who book I have got. The Doctor Who book I have got here was printed in the 1970s. So that will indicate the book has a lot of value, and yes it does. And yeah, I did remove this so you can see it a lot better. So yes, I'm just going to remove it out of here. I'm going to reveal it like how I did with Times Champion. It's no other than the Doctor Who 1971 annual. The first Third Doctor John Pertwee annual. This is a Doctor Who item which goes for crazy money, very high value, and the bid wars are utterly insane. This book can reach to 200, 300, just hundreds of pounds on eBay, depending on the condition. Even if it's in acceptable condition, it can go for crazy amounts of money. Mostly every single copy that's listed on eBay goes over £100. But there is a small chance, and it does happen occasionally, it will be under 100. And in this copy, I did get under 100. I did record myself in the behind the scenes video of me winning the bid for this book, and it was downright terrifying. Because with all the rare books I've got, like the really big guys, like Times Champion, the Crusaders campaign, they've all been buy now options. This was a bid, and I won it. Me getting this was so low because there were 17 watchers and over 140 people, according to the view counter, clicked on the page. So a lot of people were eyeing this. This had a bid option and a buy now option for 150 quid. However, the seller removed it. Maybe because no one was going for it, so he only put it as a bid at the end. So the money overall didn't go into the £100 mark, which is wonderful. This book isn't listed on Amazon, and sellers like to put this on eBay a lot more often now because its value is absolutely crazy. And it's very well protected. It's got this on it. I will take this out, but I'll probably put it back in when got it on display next to Times Champion campaign. But oh wow, holding this, it's very surreal. I gotta say, it feels very odd holding it. The condition is immaculate. For a book this old, the condition is fantastic. Just bits of chips near the corner, but it is in gorgeous condition. So condition is absolutely wonderful for the book. So yeah, there we go. I got the Doctor Who 1971 annual. So many people try their hardest to track down this book. There's even some pages dedicated for people trying to track down rare books, and this one is one that comes up. Someone was trying to collect all the Doctor Who annuals, and he had all of them. The 1968 Cyberman annual he found a little bit challenging, but he did get it. But he had such a problem with this one because he said all the listings went over 100 quid, and he didn't want to pay that much money for it. And yeah, that's true. They usually always go over 100 quid because sellers like to make a lot of money from it. And some people are that crazy, they can spend hundreds of pounds on it. The highest I've seen it is 400 quid. And there was one recently this year signed by Nicholas Courtney, John Levine, and I believe Katie Manning, and that one went for £295. So the value of this is absolutely crazy. Now I think I can gather why this book and Invasion from Space are rare, because they had printing problems and distribution was a little bit of a problem with the Doctor Who 1971 annual and Invasion from Space. I'm not sure how many copies were printed of this, but apparently not a lot. Anyway, for the price, I didn't say how much I paid for this book. It was under £100. This is the most I've spent on a Doctor Who book. Absolutely. £75. But yes, that is a good price considering it usually goes up for hundreds of pounds, and the condition it's in, it's pretty much perfect. And hey, what a way to start with the Doctor Who annuals, because I don't have any classic annuals and this one was the first. So yeah, I'll probably be getting the other Doctor Who annuals. Most likely, only one which is difficult is left, is the 1968 Cyberman one. The others will be pretty much easy because all the other ones are pretty much common. With the hardest one out of the way, it's going to be rather easy. Anyway, with no further ado, I will showcase the entire Doctor Who annual. So for the front we have the Doctor Who annual with the unit's helicopter out there, the brilliant third Doctor John Pertwee looking brilliant by there, with Liz Shaw, Bessie, by here might be the Brigadier, and here by here starring John Pertwee as Doctor Who, Caroline John as Liz Shaw, based on the popular television series and arranged by BBC TV. For the side of the book we have the Doctor Who annual by there, published by World Distributors, and on the back, I love the back of this, we have a lovely picture, lift this up a bit, of the magnificent John Pertwee. Now I've never seen inside the Doctor Who annual, haven't looked at the PDF form, so this is all new to me, so it's very exciting. Actually it's a little bit difficult to showcase the entire book in frame, so I'm going to record this somewhere else. So I'll show the inside of the book and I'll just play music in the background. I won't say anything about it. So I'll show you the inside of the Doctor Who 1971 annual.
Across the void beyond the mind, the empty space that circles time, I see where others stumble blind to seek a truth they never find. Eternal wisdom is my guide. I am the Doctor. Through cosmic waste the TARDIS flies to taste the secret source of life. A present science can't deny exists within, outside, behind the latitude of human minds. I am the Doctor. My voyage dissects the course of time. Who knows, you say, but are you right? Who searches deep to find the light that glows so darkly in the night? Toward that point I guide my flight. As fingers move to end mankind, metallic teeth begin their grind. With sword of truth I turn to fight the satanic powers of the night. Is your faith before your mind? Know me. Am I the Doctor? Across the void beyond the mind, the empty space that circles time, I see where others stumble blind to seek a truth they never find. Eternal wisdom is my guide. I am the Doctor. Through cosmic waste the TARDIS flies to taste the secret source of life. A present science can't deny exists within, outside, behind the latitude of human minds. I am the Doctor. My voyage dissects the course of time. Who knows, you say, but are you right? Who searches deep to find the light that glows so darkly in the night? Toward that point I guide my flight. fingers move to end mankind. Metallic teeth begin their grind. With sword of truth, I turn to fight the satanic powers of the night. Is your faith before your mind? Know me. Am I the Doctor?
So this is the next unboxing. It's a pretty big parcel, this one. Here is the next unboxing. Again, like unboxing it, it's quite a heavy parcel and very thick, so it might be a very thick book. It might be 2 books in one parcel. So yeah, that's the shape. Also, I will show it vertically as well. That's how big it is. Now, it's quite hard to research with this Doctor Who books because I see different sources say different things about this book, so I was having a hard time to believe what was true and what was incorrect. So yeah, actually researching the book's rarity was a little bit difficult. Now, as you can obviously tell, I got this from Amazon. Nope, didn't get it from eBay or anything like that. This was from Amazon. And I always say to people, always check old Amazon links. You can find some incredible bargains there. I paid 30 quid for this book. Now, I know that's a bargain straight away because someone listed this book on Amazon for £1,000. It's gone now. I know for a fact someone didn't purchase that. The seller obviously removed it. Yeah, this book can go for quite a lot of money. Over £100. Yeah, with this type of book, you can see some stupid seller greed on it, like £1,000. Don't pay that much money for it. Yeah, I don't think anyone that stupid will pay £1,000 for this book. But yeah, it's rare for quite a few reasons. So with no further ado, let's unbox the parcel. Okay, the parcel is opened. In this parcel, there's 1 Doctor Who book. It's not 2 Doctor Who books. I was going for quite an equivocal direction there, but no, there's only 1 Doctor Who book in this parcel. And 30 quid for it. Absolute bargain. I've said this again and again and again. Always check old Amazon links. I know they're empty, but you never know. Someone can put it on there. Even with some very old Doctor Who books, Doctor and the Cave Monsters, the Amazon link is still up for that. I haven't seen any Cave Monsters listed on that link, but you never know, someone could do it. The Autumn Invasion, I checked that one, unfortunately it's been killed. Amazon removed it. And the dispatch was so quick on this, 2 days, like the seller prepared the dispatch for this one. It was listed on Amazon for quite some time. Either if people were saving up for it or just never noticed it. I'm gonna think it was the second option, no one noticed it. Because 30 quid for this book is a bargain because it goes for so much bloody money. This wouldn't really be a book I would spend a lot of money on. Because I wouldn't pay something like 60 quid for this book. I'd say, nah, I'm not going to do that, especially not 100. I won't spend a lot of money on this book, so I'm glad I actually paid 30 quid for it, which is completely nothing for the book. It's still a very nice looking Doctor Who book, but I won't go crazy on it. I mean, if it's something like the Exciting Adventure of the Daleks, the pink cover edition, or the early years book, then yeah, I would spend quite a bit of money on it. So yes, enough chit chat. Let's reveal this Doctor Who book. So yeah, it's 1 Doctor Who book, and it's a very thick Doctor Who book. Again, it looks so thick, the parcel, it would fit 2 Doctor Who books, or even a big finished box set. It's a very thick book. So this Doctor Who book is from a specific range, with all the books from the range being very difficult to track down. A lot of seller greed on these books, and they are very unlikely to appear on the internet, and when they do, they're usually stupid prices. This Doctor Who book is a massive Doctor Who book. God, this is pretty big. It is the Telos Deluxe Hardback of the Handbook. This is a pretty big book, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think it was this big. Yeah, let me just turn it around. Absolutely huge, this book. I believe this is over 800 pages if I'm right. You know, I'll double check. But yeah, anyway, I've tracked down one of the Telos Talkback hardbooks. Very difficult to track down. There's 5 of them in total. The Television Companion, the Handbook, 60s, 70s, and the 80s. There is also paperback versions of these books as well. So the paperback for this is like 44 quid on Amazon, but it's not that difficult. You can find for like 10 quid on eBay, something like that. You won't have a problem with it. This one on the other hand, you know, you have to wait, play the waiting game really, and wait until someone's not being a greedy money grabber for this Doctor Who book. Yeah, as I said, most of these Doctor Who books go over like 100 quid, these Tales talkbacks with the spirals, the vortexes. So I have 1 out of 5. I've got the Handbook, just need the Television Companion, 60s, 70s and 80s. Now there's some stuff I was a little bit confused with this Doctor Who book, and this is why. I've seen a lot of sites say this book is limited to 500 copies, and then when I looked somewhere else, that site said it was limited to 100 copies. I said, that's interesting. Is someone screwing up here? No, I thought it was 500 copies. But I looked at another site and they said it was 100 copies. And must be a mistake. So I actually don't know what this book is limited to. If either it's 100 or 500. If I'm gonna guess, it's 500 copies. So we'll find out when we open the book. Yeah, it is limited. There we go. That website was wrong. Said it was limited to 100, but that's incorrect. It's limited to 500 copies, which I thought it was. And my number is 345 out of 500. Got some signatures here of David J. Howell, Stephen James Walker, and Mark Stammers. Yeah, it seems like a lot of websites get the limited edition numbers wrong at the Telos books, because, you know, for the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they said it was like 150, which is incorrect. And with the Television Companion, apparently it's 200, but no, it's actually 150. You see, a lot of sites get it right and some get it wrong, so you get a little confused of what is actually right. Yeah, it's limited to 500 copies, this book. Yeah, out of the Telos talkback hardbacks, or the Telos talkback books in general, I think the Handbook is the thickest book out of all of them, even the Television Companion. I can't be sure on that, but I think this one is the thickest. Anyway, for the showcasing, you know, rather simple. Has a little tone of blue, it does. I'm not sure if the camera can pick it up. No, I don't think it's picking it up. There's definitely a tone of blue on there. To the camera, it look a little bit brownish, but unfortunately the blue isn't really picking up. That's why a nice golden vortex as well. And for the spine, show it this way, this is better. The Handbook. Then Telos by there, with Howell, Walker and Stammers, which have their signatures in there. And down by here, the unofficial and unauthorised guide to the production of Doctor Who. The back has nothing on it. And that, signatures by there. Have all the copyright information. Yeah, this book came out in May 2005, and it's been out of print for, I'm not really sure how long it's been out of print. That's something I actually don't know, but the money seems to be quite high on it, so I presume quite a while. And acknowledgements, and then we have the index. It covers all the seasons on all the stories. There you go, season 1, 2, 3, 4, all in the first Doctor by there, and then second Doctor. Covers everything from the stories, the Doctors, the characters, facts on the show, how it began, everything about Doctor Who in one book. Might as well show you the page count, see how long it is. Yeah, it's 816 pages. This is a mammoth of a book, this is. It's gonna look lovely on the shelf. You know, it makes Falls the Shadow and Warlock look so small. It's such a big book. Yeah, I've actually looked at some reviews on the Handbook, and essentially every Doctor Who fan needs to get it in their collection, because it just covers everything on the show, to stories, to Doctors, to facts, just everything in one book. Either track down the paperback, the hardback, whatever edition. Of course, this one will have difficulty on it. Just play the waiting game, and eventually you will have it. Even though there's not a lot of them around in 500 copies, and it's been out of print, I presume, for quite a while. It's been out since 2005 in May. And £30 for this. Good price, considering it's a massive book. Just all of Doctor Who in one book. Pretty heavy Doctor Who book. Again, I wouldn't really pay like 60 quid for this book or anything like that. Personally wouldn't. Yeah, I'm happy I found it for 30 quid. Absolute bargain. And yeah, since I have it in my collection, it actually feels very good. So yeah, that was the Talos Talkback Deluxe hardback of the handbook. It'd be nice to track down the other Talos Talkback hardbacks. So let's move on to the next unboxing. This is the parcel. Quite a small one, and as well by the side, so you can work out it won't be anything like a Big Finish short trips. You have to think a little bit smaller. This one is going to be quite a special one to me, this one, and I'm so happy to track it down. I'm not going to go into the reasons so far of why I wanted to get this one, because it will maybe open it up and you could guess it correctly. This book has insane rarity, and get this, the money I paid for it is absolutely nothing. It's pretty much a steal. It's hardly ever appeared on eBay. It's only appeared once on eBay. But that is the one I didn't get. I didn't get this from eBay. I got it a completely different way. So with no further ado, let's open the parcel. So yeah, that was stage 1. Looks like we got 3 more stages, like Doctor and the Crusaders all over again. So yes, now it's to stage 2. So here we go. Maybe by the shape of it, you know what type of book it is. So have a good look at the shape of the book. I cannot wait to see this with my own eyes, as I've always wanted it, so I can finally stop looking at a Google image and I can say to myself, oh, I finally have this book now. Right, the parcel has been opened, so any guesses on what book this is? The shape will probably give you the answer of what range this book's from. So place in your head, I'll give you a couple of seconds. So yes, this extremely rare Doctor Who book I will be adding to my collection. It's of course no other than Doctor Who and the Pyramids of Mars, Alan Wingate hardback. So there you go. I have the 4th rarest classic hardback. And yes, this is not the W.H. Allen, it's the Alan Wingate version. And I got it for £25. And yeah, I didn't get it off eBay. I got this book from Amazon. Yes, I stumbled across a very old Pyramids of Mars hardback link. And there was one on there for £25 as a collectible. I said to myself, what a absolute bargain. How has anyone else noticed this? If someone else noticed it, it would have been gone straight away. So I definitely found one hell of a bargain. I don't know how much a bid wall goes for this book, but apparently it's quite a lot. Because Pyramids of Mars, it's a very popular story. And yeah, as I said, it was quite a special story to me because it's one of my childhood stories. So to have it in hardback is absolutely gorgeous. And yes, this is a dust jacket. This is, so I'll just quickly take off the dust jacket quite carefully. So it's quite an old book. So I'm trying to pull the pages. There we go. There we go. It is a dust jacket. Have a better look at the dust jacket. It's in gorgeous condition. Maybe there's a good look at the dust jacket. So yes, I've got one of my most wanted Doctor Who books and Doctor Who classic hardbacks, The Pyramids of Mars. And yeah, as I've said, the W.H. Allen hardback is very rare as well, so if you have the W.H. Allen of this, or don't mind getting that one over the Alan Wingate one, it's still very rare. But yeah, as I said, this one has more value to it. So yeah, might as well showcase the book. So yes, we have the Doctor Who logo by there, Pyramids of Mars by Terence Dicks, the 4th Doctor, a mummy, and Sarah Jane looking quite badass with a rifle. A nice light effect by here, blended into yellow, orange, and then red to fill the whole cover. It's gorgeous. I definitely prefer this cover version to the 2nd edition cover. but that one's still a very nice cover. Then to the side, like most Alan Wingate or Longbow books, they're presented like this: Doctor Who and the Pyramids of Mars, Terrance Dicks, and Alan Wingate. That's the only sign of damage with this dust jacket. So yeah, I will show you the inside of the book. It is an ex-library copy, but do I care? No, I absolutely do not care. But it is an ex-library copy. And we have the bio of the Pyramids of Mars by there. £2.50. Probably won't see it for this book if you find it in a charity shop, which I doubt it. Yes, I believe this one was the 50th Target hardback to be released. This is quite a special number. I can't really remember, I'm only thinking on the top of my head I am. And for the pages, that's a bit of damage by there. It's been ripped off a little bit. So quite unfortunate, but nothing too much. Yeah, it consists of 12 chapters, including a prologue and an epilogue. So yeah, just have a little look at the pages, see what condition they're in. It's actually in very good condition, just got a little bit of stains here and there. But excellent condition for an extremely rare Doctor Who book. I actually didn't pay that much for. 25 quid for this is pretty good for a classic hardback. And yeah, since it never appears on eBay, great find on Amazon. That will probably never happen again. The link is empty. I only found this link by absolute luck, and clearly no one else noticed it because it looked like it was listed for quite some time. So yes, this is the second unboxing done. Doctor Who, the Alan Wingate hardback of the Pyramids of Mars. So we are to the next unboxing. This is the parcel. So what is this one going to be? A Big Finish short trip book, a Telos book, a Frederick Muller, a White Lion. What is gonna be inside this parcel? Now with this Doctor Who book, I almost didn't get it because there was a payment error and something went wrong with the seller as well, so I almost didn't get this item, but luckily everything has been sorted out and it is finally in my collection. And this item will definitely shock some people because the rarity, of course, is crazy high. I did get into a vicious bid war, but I was the winner. So with no further ado, let's open the parcel. Cover my hand so you won't see the Doctor Who book straight away. It's going to be a brilliant addition to my collection. It's one of the rarest Doctor Who books from a Pacific range. I was in a vicious bid war, but I did indeed get it. So, this insane rare Doctor Who book added to my collection, it would definitely be a brilliant addition to the collection. It is, of course, Doctor Who and the genesis of the Daleks Alan Wingate hardback. Wow, having this is pretty surreal if I'm honest, because this is the third rarest Doctor Who classic hardback. Only Cave Monsters and Auton Invasion are rarer than this, and the rarity is only just under. Having this is absolutely crazy. I went to a vicious bid war, but I got it for £53. A lot of people were throwing punches at me, but I did the final one, and I've got Genesis of the Daleks. But again, I had a payment issue of it. I almost didn't get it, but of course that is being sorted out. So yeah, I have the third and the fourth rarest classic hardback. Do I have the Cave Monsters of Auton Invasion yet? Well, you have to wait and see for that, because I might have them or I might not. You just have to wait and see. I watched this at a young age, not on VHS because I don't have it on VHS, so it wasn't one of my first childhood ones like Horror Fan Rock, The Ark in Space, Revenge of the Cyberman, Image of the Fendal, Pyramids of Mars, none of them. But it was one I actually watched when it was on TV, so it's still a very special one to me. I can remember moments of the story when I was very young. Yeah, when I was a kid, I absolutely adored TV. So yes, I have the classic hardback of Genesis of the Daleks. It feels absolutely wonderful. Like the Pyramids of Mars, it is a dust jacket, so we would take it off gently. There we go, much better way of doing it. This is what it looks like without the dust jacket. Doctor Who Genesis of the Dark. Look at that gold shine. That looks lovely. Alan Wingate as well. No W.H. Allen of this book, is only Alan Wingate of this one. Yeah, that is what it looks like without the dust jacket. If you see these on eBay, I recommend not going for them. Just have it with a dust jacket. Of course, the value will be a lot more higher, because if I was to sell this on eBay without the dust jacket, it'll probably go for like 15 quid, to be honest. Let's put the dust jacket back on gently, because it is a flippin' rare book. There we go. So yeah, let's showcase the Doctor Who book. We have the Doctor Who 70s logo in red. It looks absolutely gorgeous. It does. In Genesis of the Dark by Terrence Dicks. With the fourth Doctor, that's Davros in his quite well-known pose with Daleks behind him. Then we have a Mark III travel machine, or a Dalek, with this nice yellow like glow effect, which looks really nice. And behind the Doctor as well, it looks really good and really nice when you put it under the light. Brilliant. This book is in brilliant condition. Again, like things like the corners, you can see little chips and that, but yeah, very good condition. The side, brilliant. Bit of damage by there, not too much. Doctor Who Genesis of the Daleks. All Alan Wingate books are presented like this, and Longbow W.H. Allen, Terrence Dicks, and then by there we have Wingate. Never the back, it advertises 3 more other Alan Wingate hardbacks, being Revenge of the Cybermen, The Ice Warriors, and the Loch Ness Monster. A very rare Doctor Who classic hardback. And then if you open it up, we have a bio on Doctor Who and Genesis of the Daleks. £2.95 for its original price when it was released. Look to the other pages, we have something by there. That's quite unfortunate, but I'm not too bothered. Showcasing another Alan Wingate hardbacks. But yeah, I was aware of this because the seller showed it. That's a very good seller, so I thank the seller for that. It doesn't bother me that much. Then contents, it has 12 chapters. Yes, that is Doctor Who, the Alan Wingate hardback of Genesis of the Daleks. A welcome addition to my collection. My book collection, sorry, is seriously growing so much. It's 10 times bigger now. It's crazy. I can do another book collection if I want to. It's only been a few months. It's ridiculous. That was the unboxing of Genesis of the Daleks hardback. So this is the 5th unboxing, and this is the shape of the parcel. Take a good look at the shape and see if you can work out what type of book it is. Very well wrapped, and it's quite obvious why it's very well wrapped. Now, with this book, I had a feeling that this one will have the biggest reaction so far. Some collectors like to call this item the impossible collector's item to get. It has quite a big reputation of being one of the hardest books to track down, and yes, of course, with it in the final section, it is indeed one of the rarest Doctor Who books of all time. With the rarity, it's just over the moon. The book in the past has gone for a heck of a lot of money, going over £100 we're talking about. There's even been some times where the book was purchased for 500 quid. Now, people are that bloody crazy to get items, but people don't realise that you can get it for a lot cheaper than that. You can get a bargain from any Doctor Who book, no matter the rarity. And as well, when I unbox this and share you the price which I paid for it, it will prove my point that it doesn't matter how rare an item is, it can go for a bargain. Yeah, when my viewers put their eyes on this book, their reactions are going to be... Well, actually I know what sort of reactions I'm going to be expecting, because I mentioned it in the behind the scenes. So with no further ado, let's unbox this book. Well, I'm taking quite a long time to get this one out. The reason is, it's a very rare book, and it's quite old, delicate, so I don't want to damage it further. It's like Doctor and the Crusaders all over again. Just trying to take the paper off gently. Of course, if I move this down, you'll obviously see the book, so can't do that, I'm afraid. Actually, let's just take this out. Well, pretty crazy having this. Gotta be so damn gentle. Yeah, bear with me. Well, never in a million years I thought I would have this. The reaction to this is going to be pretty huge. What I've taken out is to slot it back in here. Right, now to the reveal. One of the most difficult books to get of all time. The difficulty appearing is a solid 10. It's one of the hardest books to appear on the internet. Seller greed with this is crazy. It's really high. Sellers really like to be greedy with this item and put it for like 500 quid, 700 pounds, and it's crazy to think that some people actually pay this much money for the book. I paid, without including the post and packing, I paid absolutely nothing for the book. And when I show the book and reveal the price, people are going to go mad. They would say they won't believe me. They won't believe me how much I paid for the book. It's the bargain of the century here. So to the reveal of the 5th Doctor Who book from the Ultimate Showcase, the final section. It's absolutely surreal. I've got this in my collection and I will treasure this probably. The value in the years to come is just going to keep growing and growing and growing. One of the most hardest books to track down on the internet, and I paid absolutely nothing for it. Fellow Doctor Who fanatics, I will be presenting one of the most difficult books to find on the internet. It's never gone for this much money before, and it is no other than Doctor Who, the Alan Wingate hardback of the Cave Monsters. Yeah. Pretty speechless, I would say. The reaction of this one I think would be one of the highest, especially when I revealed the price of how much I paid for this. It's gone for like 750 quid, 500, pretty much in the hundreds. So how much did I pay for it? Did I pay over 100 quid? Well, no. I said I had it for a bargain. 80? No. 60? No. 40? No. 35? Same price as Long Barrow? No. Yeah, it's a real big bargain here. I got the Cave Monsters Alan Wingate hardback for £28. That has never happened with this book in its time when it's been listed on eBay. Never. What's so special about this hardback? Late June this year, this hardback was listed and went for £144. However, there was another Cave Monsters hardback listed. I only found this by pure luck. There was only 30 minutes remaining on this list. I was to scan through eBay and I found it. I could have missed this book. So lucky I typed in Doctor Who hardback The Cave Monsters yesterday. Yeah, this was recorded and I got it so fast. Brilliant dispatch. That seller paid 144 quid for this. Listed it back on eBay and only got 28 quid for it. But that's a very good seller, as the seller could have just relisted it. So that was a very good seller, so much respect to the seller for that. Yeah, it's the 3rd hardback for the Ultimate Showcase, the final section. Pyramids, Genesis, and now Cave Monsters, the 4th, 3rd and 2nd rarest classic hardbacks. There'll be no more hardbacks now, because I've got the 2nd rarest one here. The only one that will perhaps appear is the Auton Invasion. It might be in this section, it might not. You just have to wait and see about that. So yeah, Doctor Who and the Cave Monsters for 28 quid. Pretty unbelievable. This proves, no matter how difficult a book is, you can get it for a bargain. Now, I wasn't on eBay for that long. It was newly listed. It doesn't look like the seller put it on eBay for that long. Time range was very small, so I found this. So, you're pure luck, really. So, it was very unlikely for anyone else to notice this until it was well purchased in the sold listings, and that's about it. And probably when people looked at the sold listings, they said, holy crap, have I missed a bargain, if they've been hunting the Cave Monsters. Now, I'm going to be honest here. This book is going to be very, very difficult for people. Not all of them, but this one will be difficult. There is a chance it will perhaps appear again. Just got to be patient, build up your money. Because the thing which the seller did wrong is not listing it on for a lot of time, so obviously not everyone would notice it and the bid will just escalate. Because it wasn't listed for that long. So there's been 2 Cave Monsters listings this year, but of the same book, essentially. I'm not sure how many there are. I think there are 1,000 copies of the Alan Wingate hardback of the Cave Monsters. I'm not sure. I can't find a site where it says that information. But most of the Alan Wingate hardbacks are around 2,000, 1,500 to 1,000. So it's either 1,000 or 1,500. Adding this to the collection is really going to shine. Yeah, I'm definitely destroying the Doctor Who hardbacks. I've only just started collecting them and I've got the 4th, 3rd and 2nd rarest one. Let's see if I can get the Auton Invasion. So for showcasing, I'm not going to open the book, and this is why. This is an old book. It's quite damaged. You can see it's passed on quite a lot. There's not many in the world. But yeah, the reason why I'm not opening the book is because one of the pages is very loose. It's page 27 and I need to repair it, so I'm not going to open the book. I'm not going to risk it. I'll lightly take the dust jacket off, but that's about it. So I'm going to have to be, you know, very gentle with the book. So only for the showcasing we have Doctor Who by there. You can see there's a rip by there. This cover can be easily damaged. You can see it's peeling a little bit, so I have to be extremely careful. But yeah, Doctor Who by there. The Cave Monsters by Malcolm Hulke, based on the popular BBC television serial. Then with the cover with the 3rd Doctor John Pertwee. A volcanic eruption by there with the dinosaur. A Silurian? Not sure what this is meant to be. Maybe the Silurian plague as a guess. For the spine of the Cave Monsters, it's actually green or turquoise, cyan. I can't really tell because the covers had discoloration on it. So it's either green or cyan or very dark turquoise. Doctor and the Cave Monsters by there, and then Malcolm Hulke. Let's get the light on it a bit. There's that bit. And at the top of the spine you can see some damage. Not too much. And then for the back, completely blank it is. It looks a bit green, someone would say it's green. By there it looks a little bit turquoise, so a bit of discoloration on it. Yeah, you see the colour has discoloration, as this is supposed to be a little bit more colourful. So I guess it makes mine look a bit unique in a way, which is quite nice. So there we go, I'm never going to do that again now. Yeah, off camera I will repair page 27 because, as I said, it's very loose. But yeah, all the pages are all inside, no missing pages, which is good. It is an ex-library copy, it is. This one, not bothered about it at all. But yeah, not a lot of people can say this at all. But I have the hardback, the Alan Wingate hardback of the Cave Monsters. Yeah, it will be difficult to get this one, I won't lie to you there. Most of them I can say, yeah, you can get them for a good price. Of course, I got it for a one-off, so that does open the possibility it may happen, but it will be a while, because it hardly ever appears on the internet. So yes, that was the unboxing of the Cave Monsters Alan Wingate hardback. Let's put this on the shelf. So the Ultimate Showcase is almost wrapping up. So far we've had Second Thoughts, a Hearst Publishing book, 3 Alan Wingate hardbacks being Pyramids of Mars, Genesis of the Daleks, and the Cave Monsters, and as well with Campaign and the 1971 Annual. So we got 4 unboxings left to go. A very big parcel. I just have to lift it up to get the whole thing on screen. Now I've proved that I have got some of the rarest Doctor Who books of all time, and soon I'll be going forward with other items and not just Doctor Who books. Some of them have been pretty easy in my opinion. This one, however, out of all of them so far, this was the most difficult one. When I go into its stats and whatnot, it would definitely make sense of why this one was a tricky one. And I did indeed get into a vicious bid war. A few of them I got by Amazon, such as the Pyramids of Mars, but the bid ones has been the 1971 Annual, which wasn't as hard as I was expecting it to be. Not a bid war was unleashed, but still paid quite a bit of money for it. Genesis of the Daleks, not too bad as well. Cave Monsters, surprisingly the easiest one because the seller didn't put it on for that long, so that was the seller's mistake. But this one was indeed the hardest book to get in my collection. I had a massive battle. There was an instance of where I was the highest bidder, and then the other person the highest bidder, then someone else, and then me again, and I won it. Definitely the biggest bid war I've got into, and I definitely was the hardest book to get in my collection. And yeah, I did. The reason why this one goes for so much money is 1, the value is through the bloody roof. 2, hardly ever appears on eBay. And if you add value and difficulty appearing together, then you've got an insane rare book. And there's another reason as well, which I won't say just yet until I opened it. I'm just about to take one more good look at the shape, so you can guess what Doctor Who book is in. As you can see, it's a very big parcel. So with no further ado, let's unbox this Doctor Who book. Now this book is presented in one of these, where I got Doctor Who and the Crusaders. It's presented in the exact same way. Yeah, I've got it out of the parcel. Oh god damn, this is heavy. So remove all that. Yeah, this is the full thing by here. What Doctor Who book can possibly be in here? Again, I appreciate and I'm happy that it's in one of these again. So yes, as I stated, this was probably one of my biggest challenges with the Ultimate Showcase. I got into a completely vicious bid war. People were fighting over me, throwing punches at me. It was just a massacre in the bid war. But I had the top spot. I won this bid. And it is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most challenging Doctor Who books to ever get. And when I show you and go through its stats, then yeah, you say, oh wow, this does sound like a very hard Doctor Who book to get in a collection. Yeah, out of all my Doctor Who books, this one so far has been the most trickiest. The 1971 Annual, Cave Monsters hardback, the Crusaders, Times Champion, Lumbarrow. I don't really have any difficulty when it comes to books, or this one, it went bloody crazy. But yeah, this one, it's not the Autumn Invasion hardback, as you can definitely tell, it's a lot bigger. Let's reveal this Doctor Who book. It's gonna look bloody wonderful in my collection. So far, I can call it the most hardest Doctor Who book to get as of now, because its value is through the roof. So this extremely difficult, rare, valuable Doctor Who book I obtained from eBay. So far, it's been the biggest challenge to get in my collection. And this Doctor Who book is no other than a absolutely gorgeous Doctor Who book known as the W.H. Allen Deluxe Edition of The Key to Time. My word, look at this bloody gorgeous book. God, no kidding, it looked absolutely fantastic on a Google image, but seeing it, it is probably one of the most gorgeous Doctor Who books of all time. This is probably my favourite book in my collection. And when talking about unboxing 8, 9 and 10, this is my favourite book in my collection. This is just absolutely gorgeous. So yes, I've tracked down the W.H. Allen Deluxe hardback of The Key to Time. And yeah, it's rarer than the Auton Invasion because it had a very strict print number. And the value's more higher as well, so that means I can probably get Auton Invasion in the future, and I've got Cave Monsters, so when that appears, I will most likely get it. And yeah, so lovely to have it. Yeah, there is a standard edition of this one with The Key to Time, but of course, knowing me, I go for the rarest stuff, of course. When there's a deluxe option, I go that direction. Screw the standard stuff. Will I get the standard copy? Yeah, if it's like a couple of quid, I would get it, why not? Of course, this was like a top priority to add in the Ultimate Showcase. When I looked at it, when I was doing my rarest document, and when I'd seen this book, I went, oh my goodness, what a gorgeous book. And it is a hardback as well. And the condition it's in, it's downright perfect. It is. The pages conditions were like crystal. It's in perfect condition. And yeah, this book can go for a heck of a lot of money. Yeah, I've said this a lot, it's definitely my favourite book in my collection. Now what makes this one so rare, of course, it's quite an old book. It was printed in the 1980s, like some of the deluxe books such as The Specialist, Cyberman hardback limited to 75 copies, a Celebration W.H. Allen hardback limited to 500 copies. This one is listed to 1,000 copies. Only 1,000 were printed of this W.H. Allen Key to Time Deluxe Edition. Only 1,000. And what makes it more harder to get because it's a lot more older. So yeah, how did I obtain this Doctor Who book? Well, it was on eBay. And the starting bid was £20, very reasonable. For some background research on this, the bids for this book has gone around about 300, 200 quid. It's gone a lot in the hundreds, this book. Sellers put it in the £100 mark, or even the bids get into the £100 mark. It just makes so much money. Yeah, of course, I went a bit crazy with this Doctor Who book. I decided to get into a bid war, and I won quite a bit of money here. £71. Yeah, I paid 71 quid for this book, but I'm happy it did not go in the hundreds. If it went over 100 quid, I would have just left it then. I would not have paid 100 quid for it. Sometimes I can go that extra mile for a rare book, something insane rarity like this, but I wouldn't go into the £100 mark. I'm not that crazy like some collectors, because I say to myself, there's always a chance this book will appear under 100 quid. And yes, it did. And yeah, as well, you can probably tell from the material, this is leather bound, so it's a really strong Doctor Who book. And I can't wait to showcase it. Yeah, for the front cover, it's got a very nice, simplistic design, but it can immediately show to you that this book is worth a lot of money. You know, the front cover looks absolutely gorgeous. Again, really happy it came with this as well. I'm not sure if this book actually comes with this or not, or the seller just added it, so I'm not too sure, but thanks anyway. I really can't see a bit of damage on this book. Oh, look at the gold pages. That is just bloody gorgeous, that is. There is not a single dent of damage on this book. It's literally immaculate. Anyway, leather-bound books are made to be tough, they are, and survive. No, nothing. It's perfect, this book. And when I show you some of the stuff inside, it would definitely be quite exciting. So I'll just show you the side on this book. And I do love the leather hardback spines on both. We have the Doctor Who logo by there, 80s logo, The Key to Time by Peter Heynen. And then we have the W.H. Allen logo in gold. Again, for the pages, they're actually gold at the top, and there's the side, crystal white. This seller's really looked after this book, so I thank the seller. So I will show you the innards of the book. There is a very important page. It's signed. The special edition or the deluxe edition of The Key to Time is signed by the person who written the book, the author, Peter Heynen. And there's his signature looking brilliant by there. My limited edition number is 838 out of 1000. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic read, because I don't normally read rare books because I don't want them damaged, and I get them for collection purposes because I have a hobby of collecting. This one is such in pristine condition. The pages aren't loose, they're all crystal white. It's in perfect condition, so yeah, I will definitely read this because it seems like a very fascinating read, and at the end of it, it like celebrates the achievement of the celebration. W.H. Allen book being the most successful W.H. Allen book has that celebration thing at the end, so that's quite nice. Yeah, brilliant. It's got a signature. The value to come in the future of this book is gonna be pretty crazy. And there we go. Oh, that's the time it came out. 1984 is when the book was released, and all that copyright information. And the designer is Deborah Hart and Mike Brett. Yeah, the design is literally gorgeous. Yeah, this book pretty much gives you the information on all the Doctor Who stories. We have actually some stuff on the Celebration. As an introduction, Doctor Who and the Celebration being a very popular release, been on Power of the Daleks, and we start in 1963. This book is pretty much full of information. And yeah, I'm not going to show you every Doctor Who book because this is a very big Doctor Who book, but it's got some lovely artwork in it. It's definitely, yes, almost 300 pages, this book. Yeah, I'll show you a bit of it. It has brilliant information by there, and the different dates, like where Doctor Who began and all that. And also follows by excellent design as well. So we come to a very interesting and unique Doctor Who book with this unboxing. And I had a feeling that I wouldn't get this one because, well, I just had in my mind, it might be just my pessimistic mind, that the seller was trying to do a scam with this one. I've been a little bit unsure about it, but again, that was my pessimistic side kicking in. But when I got it, I had a little look in just to make sure, and it is in fact the book, so that's brilliant because I paid only £20 for this book, and the chances of finding this book, now let alone how much it will go for, is incredibly slim. I've never seen it on eBay ever. I haven't even seen a Google image of this Doctor Who book because it has so many limited prints. Not only that, but it's been out for a very long time. This book was released in the 80s. So overall difficulty, that'll be a lot more harder than Time's Champion, a lot more harder than the limited edition campaign. Most of the Talos books, in fact, like the Handbook or the Talos novellas. Because not only does it have a small print number, but it's been out for a very long time. Since the 1980s. And tracking it down is pretty incredible. Again, when this was listed, I was a little bit too unsure because I didn't get this from eBay. I've never seen it on eBay. This was from Amazon. I just had to go by what the seller was saying. I just felt not too sure. Might be a scam. But anyway, let's show you what this Doctor Who book is. So yeah, for this Doctor Who book, let's go to the print number to try and work out what this is. It's limited to 300 copies. But one thing I can't be sure of is how much money it will go for. Like on eBay as a bid, I've just never seen it before, but I paid an absolute bargain for 20 quid. And that was 20 quid for this Doctor Who book. And what I have here is a very unique, special, limited edition book of a Target novelisation. That is of Doctor Who and the Giant Robot. Yep, this is a unique limited edition hardback of Doctor Who and the Giant Robot. It wasn't printed by W.H. Allen or Alan Wingate. That is the company that printed this book. Yet this company printed a few Target hardbacks. Not all of them were limited editions. The one I believe which are limited to 300 copies are Doctor Who and the Giant Robot, Doctor Who and the Day of the Daleks, and Doctor Who and the Android Invasion. I know this one doesn't come with like a dust jacket or anything. This is what it's supposed to look like. It doesn't have a dust jacket. And to prove that it is 300 copies, I'll just open up the book because it should say, there we go, this title is printed in an edition limited to 300 copies. So yeah, finding this Doctor Who book is pretty damn incredible. It was from the 1980s, only 300 are done, and I've tracked it down for 20 quid. It would be lovely to have the complete set. Again, not all of them are limited editions. Loch Ness Monster, I don't think it is. Revenge of the Cybermen, don't think it is. I only think it's Day of the Daleks, the Giant Robot, and the Android Invasion. Again, it would have been lovely if it had like some sort of dust jacket like the Frederick Muller books, but it's my only like drawback to it. But other than that, this is a lovely, unique book to have in the collection. Doctor Who, the special limited edition hardback of the Giant Robot, limited to 300 copies. Brilliant addition to the collection. So let's move to now the penultimate unboxing. So we are to the next unboxing. And I really wish I didn't screw this up, because I removed the original footage, so I have to do it again without the unboxing. So it really sucks, because this was a really good unboxing and a real big unpredictable twist I did in it. But unfortunately I removed the footage by accident. Very annoying stuff. It's become a terrible habit of mine. I also did it on the last part of section 4 as well, with the massive box. I accidentally removed that as well, so I had to refilm it and do it a different way. So really annoying it is. It's a terrible habit. I keep doing it all the time. Gotta stop it. Yeah, now we're to the next unboxing, which is the penultimate. And this is only unboxing 11, so I said it was 13, so what gives? Well, this unboxing had 2 Doctor Who books. It did. And I revealed one, and then quickly I revealed the other, and it would have made such a shock, it would. I wish I didn't remove it. I was just being a bloody idiot. Yeah, these books I got for a bargain, and from this in particular range, they are extremely rare, the hardest books to get from this range. Magnificent price, and I looked through it and it's got some very interesting stuff I never knew on some of these books. It's crazy. Very, it's not only entertaining and intriguing, but it's so informative, and there's so much things I've just learned about some of the Doctor Who books. So here I have Perfect Timing, the original. This is a coil bound or spiral bound Doctor Who book, and I've got the one which is not misprinted. I got the good one. So what's the other one then? I got this for 27. Almost got it for 5 quid. It would have been the bargain of the century, it would. Well, you know what it could possibly be? It would be another charity book. Yes, this seller was selling charity books. I have, as well, Perfect Timing 2. I have Perfect Timing 1, the original, and Perfect Timing 2. No, I don't have the Perfect Timing 1 limited edition. I don't have that book. But I have Perfect Timing 2 limited edition. So you're probably saying, since you got the original Perfect Timing, will you get Perfect Timing 1 limited edition? If I find it, yeah, I will. For collection purposes, even though I don't really need it, because I've got all the stories, because this just has because this is just exactly the same as Perfect Timing 1 LE, just with 2 extra stories. But yeah, I'll still get it for collection purposes because I am a collector. But this, I wanted this more than Perfect Timing 1 I did, because I already had this. So to have this and this, perfect. But yeah, lovely to have it. But we're going to start on Perfect Timing 1 first. You know, this has a lot of collection stories, but also deleted chapters from Doctor Who books. We got some stuff from Vampire Science in this. We got stuff deleted from the Dark Path. We have a secret chapter of the Dark Path in this. If that stuff fascinates you, track it down or download the PDF. And Perfect Timing 2. I mean, it's lovely to have it. I mean, this is spiral bound. You know, it feels very flimsy. You know, it feels very cheap, it does, this sort of stuff. Even though it isn't cheap, but it feels cheap. This feels really nice as an actual book, it is. You know, something like this feels like a flipping car manual or something like that. Yeah, the cover's lovely. So yeah, I have Perfect Timing 1, the original, and Perfect Timing 2, LE edition. I don't know what number is mine because they're not numbered, but I know they're limited to 150 copies, so pretty crazy stuff. 27 quid, almost got it for a bloody fiver, and 29 quid. Bargain price nonetheless. So I have the king of the charity books. This is the rarest charity book alongside Perfect Timing 1 LE edition. You know, this really puts like Campaign, Times Champion, Drabble Who, those collection books to complete shame. This is just like the king of the charity books pretty much. But lovely to have it. And they're definitely worth to get if you find them, if what I said like interested you. So I've got the Perfect Timing books. So that was the penultimate unboxing. Actually featured 2 books, it did. They weren't separate, they were both from the same seller, they were. Pretty crazy stuff. Now we're going to the last unboxing. The last unboxing for section 3. I think we need to change some scenery now. So yes, we are back. Of course, fans of my channel who have been with me since 2013 will know what this setup is. So yes, we are back to the original setup of TJ Productions with the blue plain wall, the green carpet, which I still don't know to this day of why I used it, and the exact same lighting as well. However, the camera quality won't be the same because I'm using a completely different camera and don't have the old one anymore. So the quality won't be identical to make it completely identical to 2013. But yeah, still, it's a blast to the past. It will look very familiar to the setup I did in 2013. So yes, we have got one more final book to showcase. This will probably be the rarest book in my collection for a very long time, I would say. Me getting something rare than this, it's gonna be extremely slim. I mean, yeah, I'm very good at getting rare books. That's obviously been proven now. But if I'm gonna get something rarer than this, more difficult, it's gonna be quite a while before that happens. So here is the parcel for the final unboxing and the final book in the Ultimate Showcase. And yeah, since this last, yeah, it's the rarest book in my collection. So with no further ado, let's unbox the last book to showcase in the Ultimate Showcase and the rarest book and item in my entire collection. Alright, the parcel is opened. In just about a minute, I'll be revealing the rarest book and item in my entire collection. But I went into a problem with this book. When I was in the bid listing, and yes, this was a bid listing, I had connection issues. So I almost didn't get this book because of the damn internet. Bad luck with some books before, such as eBay crashing, a bid not going through, a glitch. It's happened before for me many times. So if I didn't get this book in my collection and I lost it because of a internet glitch, connection issue. That would be completely heartbreaking. The Doctor Who book in this parcel is a extremely unique and very rare book known as the Telos Special Edition hardback of the 80s. So here it is, the Telos Talkback Limited Edition of the 80s, Volume 3. Crazy to get this, and I'll just show you why. I just gotta open the book and that's it. And you're, how the hell did you find this? Well, when I open the book, it's definitely gonna be pretty wow. And I thought I would never just pull this off ever. It's the original. This is the first Telos Talkback Volume 3, the 80s, printed. It's the first one. That is pretty crazy, that is. I didn't think this was number 1, but holy crap. It's also signed as well. And what do you think it's out of? Out of 100 copies, and I have number 1. So how did I track this down on the internet? Yeah, I got this from eBay for 50 quid. Wasn't a buy now, it was a bid. I was only against one other person. Almost lost it. If I did, that would just be a slap in the face, that would, because it's only appeared on eBay once this year. Not sure if it's appeared any other times. I haven't really found anything. Yep, this is the rarest Telos Talkback this is out of all of them. The handbook, the television companion, the 60s and the 70s. This is the hardest one to get, and I tracked it down. Wonderful. Yeah, I believe it goes like this. 60s is limited to 200, 70s is limited to 150, and 80s is limited to 100. I think that's how it works. So to track it down when it's been out of print, unavailable, is pretty damn crazy. Yeah, I thought there was something special with the Telos Talkbacks, but I don't think it's true. I think it was just a false, speculation or whatever. But the first one, out of the printing, had like a special unique colour. But I think they all just look like this. Mine's quite silver. And on the Telos website, it's completely blue with a black spiral. But I think this is what it's supposed to look like, so it's definitely nothing unique about it. It would have been bloody cool if it was, but nonetheless, it's brilliant to have the first one. So to recap, unboxing 1, second thoughts of Amazon for £5. Unboxing 2, campaign of Amazon for £5. The Alan Wingate hardback, the Ice Warriors, off eBay for 15 quid. The 1971 annual, off eBay for £75. The most money I've actually spent on a Doctor Who book. But it was worth it because it's in perfect condition. And I had to get it in perfect condition because Pertwee deserves to be in perfect condition. The Telos Talkback Handbook Deluxe Edition, limited to 500 copies, 30 quid off Amazon. The Pyramids of Mars Alan Wingate hardback goes for like 600 quid off eBay. I got it for 25 quid off Amazon. There's proof that it's the Alan Wingate hardback. The Genesis of the Daleks Alan Wingate hardback. Got it off eBay for 50 quid. My jewel in the crown in my collection, I just love it. I cannot believe I've got it. The Alan Wingate hardback of the Cave Monsters. Only 1,000 copies were done. and it's probably not that anymore because these were targeted as library books, so most of them were probably thrown away. It's the Key to Time Deluxe, £75, exactly the same as the annual. Special, limited edition hardback, the Giant Robot, £25 off Amazon. And yeah, definitely a weird place to get that book, I'm not gonna lie. Perfect Timing 1, original edition, 29 quid. Perfect Timing 2, LE edition, 27 quid. It would have been 5 quid. And finally, the Talos Deluxe Talkback Hardback of the 80s Volume 3. Limited to 100 copies, and I have the original. Number 1, 50 quid off Amazon, 50 quid off eBay. So that was section 3, done and dusted. Let's move on to the next part. And the next part, section 4, the books have nothing compared to what I'm going to showcase next. So yeah, you were probably thinking that this is now the end of the Ultimate Showcase. It's all done and dusted. Well, no it isn't. You really think I would end there when it's called the Ultimate Showcase? Really? No, we have not finished with the Ultimate Showcase. We are at, now, the finale section. It is the finale of the Ultimate Showcase. When I was planning out the Ultimate Showcase, I was saying to myself, unboxing a rare Doctor Who book to end the Ultimate Showcase, that wouldn't justify it. That wouldn't justify the end of the Ultimate Showcase because I've made rare books so damn easy to get. I've got them with ease and I've got so many of them for the Ultimate Showcase. I said, revealing a rare Doctor Who book at the end, no matter the rarity, wouldn't really cut it. And here is the first parcel for this finale section. I say straight away, it's not a Doctor Who book. So the question is, what can it possibly be? And I tried to do something, and I tried to get something which really would make a shock. I had to find something which will definitely excite people. I needed to find something which has incredibly high value. And as well, I needed to get something even more rare than all the stuff I've showcased, than everything in the Ultimate Showcase and everything which has been showcased in the Showcase series. So with no further ado, let's unbox this. There we go. Here's the item. Again, it's really well protected. What can possibly be in this box? Actually, there's some really good clues on here, so you can probably guess what the item is. That's a hint of what it could possibly be. And then when I turn it around, excitement's definitely gonna jump a little bit. Daleks' invasion of Earth. So it's something related to this Doctor Who story. So yeah, inside the box, just need to show it, I don't even need to say anything. This is what's in the box. Yeah, don't really need to say anything to confirm what this stuff is. And here I've got 4 Super 8mm films. And yet every single one of them is Doctor Who. Now I know these can go for stupid money. Even if the content isn't missing, it can go for insane amounts of money. I've looked in the history of eBay of Doctor Who 8mm, Super 8mm or 16mm films going on eBay, and they can go for a crazy amount of money. The Web Planet episode 6 went for £1,600. The 10th Planet episode 2 almost went for £1,000. Doctor Who The Waking Alley episode 5, I believe, of the Dalek Invasion of Earth, that went for around about £870. Unearthly Child episode 1 was listed on eBay. Episode 3 of The Wheel in Space was listed on eBay. So yes, here I have a collection of 4 Super 8mm film, and this is the complete film, by the way, of Dalek's Invasion Earth, the Pizza Cushion film. Now what the funny thing is that I don't own Dalek's Invasion of Earth at all on any platform. DVD, Blu-ray, VHS, I don't. But the one way I've obtained it is the hardest way, on Super 8mm film. I don't own it on Blu-ray or DVD. There was a way to own Dalek's Invasion Earth on 8mm film, Super 8mm film, sorry. And yet for the price, I sort of faded away from it. £179. A lot of money. I'm called the Mad Collector for a reason, aren't I? But yeah, I knew this was a brilliant price for it. Again, it doesn't appear hardly ever now. It just doesn't appear. But it did do time to time back in the day, of 2003, 2004 and whatnot. You know, round about there. Again, I tried to check the eBay links which was on this missing episode forum, but they were deleted by eBay, so there's no way I can actually find out how much money they went for. But one user was talking about 300 quid, so that's probably how much this went for. So almost got it for half price, which is pretty good, and it was a buy now option as well. If it was a bid, probably wouldn't have got it. So in the future, I'm definitely going to be doing a video. This won't be on TJ Productions, this will most likely be on TJ Extras. It is going to be pretty wonderful to watch Dalek's Invasion Earth for the first time, mind you. I haven't watched any of the Peter Cushing movies, but watch it in a completely different way, which is on Super 8mm film. Yeah, this is a review idea. If people want me to review it, I will absolutely 100% review it. I will review Dalek's Invasion Earth. You know how I do my classic reviews? It'd be me watching the film and then me actually reviewing it as well. The only difference is it'd just be on a Super 8mm projector. Again, I don't own an 8mm projector nor a 16mm one. Those are obviously quite expensive. So yeah, that was Doctor Who Dalek's Invasion Earth on Super 8mm film. But oh no, we're not finished. So we've got one more thing to show in the Ultimate Showcase, the final Doctor Who related item. And with the size of this is definitely my biggest purchase. This is an absolute gigantic Doctor Who book bundle. This box is absolutely full of Doctor Who books. Now you can guess if you want to how many Doctor Who books will be in this box. And there's a lot of Doctor Who books in this box. But another question is, what sort of books? But we're going to be logical here. It's definitely not Target hardbacks. Because even a bundle of 10 hardbacks, Target hardbacks can be like 200 quid, I've noticed on eBay. It's ridiculous. I mean, these here, this could be hundreds and hundreds of pounds if I did a bundle of all these hardbacks. And if it was, and it was this size, this would have cost a fortune. But no, it's not. Let's not dilly-dally. Let's unbox this straight away. See, the box is open. Didn't actually take a long time to open it. Well, if you said over 100, you are absolutely right. There are over 100 books in here. You can probably tell what sort of books they are. They're Target books. Without counting the reprints, this is all I had from the Target books. It's a range that I've never dived into, and I'll give you the reason why. I didn't want to dive into it, because if I do, I would become addicted to it. Target books are probably the most addicting things to collect, and that's why I didn't collect them, because I probably would have lost focus on like the Virgin books or the BBC books. But since I haven't got any, besides Evil and reprints, decided to get a huge bundle. Yep, there are over 100 Target books in here, and I'm going to show you each and every single one of them. Again, I'm not going to be like 5 minutes on each one, this will take forever. I'll be about a minute on each one or something like that. So let's showcase the Target books. So originally I showcased them like how I normally do it, by putting it in front of the radiator, but I looked at the length and it was about an hour long, and I said, that long for one part of the section? Too long. So I'm going to showcase it a different way, and it's in like a collection way, this one is. So this was just my collection with the Target books. Evil of the Daleks. Now this is my collection of Target books. 3, 2, 1. I used to have one not too long ago, and now I have over 100. It feels nice to own a huge amount of Target books, because they're a very popular range, so I really needed to get some and build up my Target book collection. And right now, without counting all the editions, I've got almost all novelizations. So I'm going to go through this like how I would do in a collection video. I thought it was a bit more of a better way of doing it. But in this bundle, it also had this as well. This Doctor Who book here, and an authorised biography of Doctor Who by Dave Thompson. Never heard of it. It's not rare, but it's a book I don't have in my collection, so yeah, lovely to have it. So these are the Target books I've got. An Unearthly Child, 2nd edition. The first edition is with the dark logo, but the one with the bright red logo is the 2nd edition. Doctor and the Daleks, 3rd edition or 4th edition if you don't count the Armada edition. Marco Polo, the Keys of Marinus, the Aztecs, the Sensorites, the Dalek Invasion of Earth, the Romans, Zabi, 3rd edition, Crusaders, 3rd edition, or 4th edition if you don't count the, I forgot what it's called, Green Dragon edition, that's it. Space Museum, Time Meddler, Galaxy 4, the Myth Makers, the Celestial Toymaker paperback, a nice one to have, because paperback standards, that's actually one of the more rare ones. Gunfighters, 10th Planet, not sure if that's the 1st or the 2nd edition. Highlanders, Doctor and the Cybermen, that is the 3rd edition. Tomb of the Cybermen, Abominable Snowmen, 1st edition. Ice Warriors, 1st edition. The one with the red logo is the 2nd, and the one without that frame on it is the 3rd edition. Enemy of the World, River Fear, 1st edition. Good old Dominators. My Robber, the Invasion, the Crotons, the War Games. Very thin for a 10-part story, isn't it? The Auton Invasion, 2nd edition. The Cave Monster, 2nd edition. Yep, I'm not going to read the hardback, so it's nice to have the paperback. Inferno, Terror of the Autons. That's the 2nd edition, which the hardback's based on. Course of Axel, 2nd edition. Doctor and the Doomsday Weapons, 2nd edition, I think. The Daemon, 2nd edition. Day of the Daleks, 2nd edition. Course of Axos, 3rd edition. Sea Devil, 2nd edition. Mutants. Time Monster. Free Doctor, 2nd edition. Carnival Monsters. Space Museum, sorry, not Space Museum, Space War, 1st edition. Planet of the Daleks, 1st edition. The green one's the 2nd. Green Death, 1st edition. The Time Warrior. The 1st edition of the Dinosaur Invasion and the 2nd edition of the Dinosaur Invasion. Death of the Daleks. Monstropalaemon. Planet of the Spider, 2nd edition. The Giant Robot, 1st edition. And the 2nd edition. The Ark in Space. The Sontaran Experiment. The 2nd edition of Genesis of the Daleks, which I don't really like. I just don't like how the cover works and the colouring. I much prefer the 1st edition. Yeah, I'm being a little bit picky there, aren't I? Revenge of the Cybermen. Loch Ness Monster, 1st edition. Planet of Evil, 1st edition. Android Invasion. Brain of Morbius, 1st edition. Seeds of Doom. Azkaban Dragora. And the Fear. Deadly Assassin. Very thin target books here. Face of Evil. Robots of Death. The Talons of Wayne Chiang. Horror Fan Rock. And The Invisible Enemy. Next row. Image of the Fandau. Sunmakers. Underworld. Invasion of Time. Ravos Operation. Stones of Blood. Andres of Tara. Power of Kroll. That's the one way round. Why is Black Orchid there? You have no idea what Black Orchid was there. Armageddon Factor. Destiny of the Daleks. Bishop of the Pit. Nightmare of Eden. Horns of Nymon. Leisure Hive. Megalos. Full Circle. City of Decay. Warrior's Gate. Keeper of Traken. Gopolis. Castle of Valva. I actually got all the 5th Doctor ones. Fall to Doomsday. Kinder. Visitation. Black Orchid. Earthshock. Time Flight. Arc of Infinity. One of the most boring, bland covers of all time. Ah, you just see the sexiness of the cave monsters right by there. Snake Dance, yeah, I had to say that. Yeah, that was Snake Dance. Mordred Undead. Terminus. Enlightenment. The King's Demons. The 5 Doctors. Warriors of the Deep. Awakening. Frontios. Planet of Fire. Caves of Androzani. Twin Dilemma. 2 Doctors, 2nd edition. Time Lash. Happiness Patrol. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. Battlefield. Ghostlight. Curse of Fenric. Slip Back, and this was also in the bundle. The Program Guide, which is like a trilogy consisting of the Terrestrial Index, this book, and the Universal Databank. So that was my Doctor Who Target Book Bundle. We've got one more thing left to go now. It's the announcement that I've been hiding. So, we are at the end of the Ultimate Showcase. You know, what a ride it's been. Just showcased So many damn books. Wish I'd built up the Big Finishes, I'll be honest. But I'll give the Big Finishes their own showcase video. I want to make it up to the Big Finish audience. But it's been many books, nice bundles, showcasing extremely rare Doctor Who books like Cave Monsters. You know, in my opinion, that's my favourite unboxing out of all of them from Section 3. And I thought that unboxing would make the biggest reaction or discussion. Well, we'll see if we're right. Be interested which unboxing will create the biggest reaction out of Section 3. Yeah, for Section 4, I showcase this, or I'll just get it right now. This bad boy here. And it's truly magnificent. For someone like me who loves old film, to own something like this is truly unbelievable, really. To have the full film of Daleks Invasion Earth. It would have been even more better if it was 16mm, because 16mm is more popular. But I'll have it on Super 8mm. And it's not the black and white silent one as well, it's the colour sound one, which is just absolutely great. This is the most valuable item in my collection. Doctor Who related, absolutely. And my favourite item in my collection. It's close to the Cave Monsters. I think I prefer the Cave Monsters hardback a little bit more because of, you know, many reasons, but owning this, it does feel absolutely great. And unboxing just over 100 Target books. I'm pretty crazy, but I needed more Target books, so I think I did the right thing. And that, I thought that personally worked in Section 4. I was originally going to put it in Section 2, the bundle section, but I thought, nah, this is too big. It has to go in Section 4, so I put it in Section 4. The Ultimate Showcase has been long. I've been showcasing some crazy stuff. I don't expect like this sort of stuff in every showcase from now on. No, don't expect that. Because this is like a one-off special thing, so I really wanted to pull something off big. So I'm not going to go for stuff like this at every showcase, because I know I say this saying, not everything is as rare as it's made out to be. This sort of stuff, you know, it's bloody difficult to get and it's super expensive. I think everyone gets my point of what I mean. You know, this is expensive stuff, this is. But it's nice as a one-off. I may do this again, perhaps, but it won't be for a while. I'm thinking in my head right now that this is a one-off, but maybe down the line I'll do something like this again, but it won't be for a while. So we're at part 3 of 3, the end. So what I've got in store then, this reveal / announcement, what have I been hiding? Well, unfortunately I was just an absolute bloody fool and removed one of the original footage. This is the big box I'll just show you right now. That was me just bringing it home, but to be honest I found a bit more of a cooler way to showcase it off. So what could it possibly be? What am I possibly hiding and keeping quiet? Well, I wasn't guaranteed to get it. It was like 50-50, and loads of people were just on me, just trying to fight me and trying to get it off physically, but tried to get it off my hands so that they can get it. You know, it was tough to get it, but I did get it. And I'm happy to get it. Had some guesses, speculation. On my Ultimate Showcase trailer, seen some things coming in. People private messaging me. People think I like have an extremely rare prop from Doctor Who. Could be. I could have one of the rarest Doctor Who books of all time. I mean, top 5 stuff. I had the Tiger Anniversary editions being talked about a little bit. But something pretty crazy I've noticed down in the comments. People think that I actually have got missing content, missing TV. People will think that I've found something. Jesus Christ, I can't even believe that people even said that. Because if I said that to you now, people would just say, you're just bullshitting, Tom. You're just lying through your teeth. You don't have any of it. Actually, to be honest, since my fans are so good, but you probably would believe me if I had some. I'm not too sure. You know, it is a hard thing to believe if I said it to you right if I said it to you right in front of you? Would you believe it? That's a question for you. Would you believe it if I said that to you? Would I have missing content? Yeah, just in the comments, there's everyone saying, or most people saying that I have, you know, missing content or more of this stuff. To the announcement. What have I been hiding? What have I been keeping secret? I haven't told anyone. Kept it in the dark. I wasn't guaranteed to get it. And I did say, from a level, this could be something exciting to something pretty damn huge. That's how I explained it. So what have I got? Well, let's just rewind a little bit. People think that I've got missing TV, missing content, missing episodes. Well, do I have missing TV, missing episodes? So the question is this: would people actually write in the comments? I'm not sure if people were joking or being serious. Do I actually have missing TV? Yes, I do. It's very likely that I have missing TV with me right now. And what's probably going through your heads right now is this: what on earth have you got? What are you hiding? We will get to that just in a minute. We're not gonna jump right to that right now. Let's just get the camera and go right here. Again, it sucks I removed the original footage by unboxing it with this huge box. Again, I was being an idiot. But I found a little bit more of a fun way to reveal it, because it feels like it's been in the shadows all along when I reveal it like this. They're in here. So let's have a look at them. Yes, I have been collecting 16mm films and as well Super 8mm films. This is all stuff from 2016 here, and including this. These here are Super 8mm. These would be something like trailers or adverts. These here are all newsreels, and then we get to these here, the more interesting part. That one there I unboxed quite recently. I'll just show you a clip right now. Yeah, this is an original BBC Enterprise 60mm film of an episode from Horizon called River Thames Cleanup. That's an original film. It's like a documentary film. This is the interesting stuff. So yeah, the plastic cans I just showed you, some of them are very likely to be missing TV. And I have done a message to like this website who's like dedicated to missing episodes. I've yet to get a reply from them because probably they get so many damn messages. So I'm probably in a queue. I just have to wait, but I do have a lot of missing content from a series, and with other content I really don't know. It doesn't ring a bell to me, so if anyone else knows here, then that would be great. Now I did do a behind the scenes video on TJ Extras, like going through the film, because all those films I just shown you, their content was unknown. So we'll just go back to the films. This here, all this, all that, and these are content unknown when I purchased it from the seller. So the seller didn't know what was on them, and I didn't know what was on them. So I purchased them, and then I did a behind the scenes video on TJ Extras to go through all the content. So I go through all this here, as well as Super 8mm, and find out what content there is on them. These weren't really that important because these were newsreels, and I didn't really bother checking through all of them because most of them are sealed. So I said, nah, no point, there's probably nothing interesting or significant on them. They're just newsreels pretty much. So yeah, I have very likely missing TV. I'm going to find out what it is in a new segment which will be coming after when I finish this. And the announcement is not just a reveal on missing episodes or that's more of a reveal. The announcement is this: I'm collecting 60mm film now, because not only do I enjoy it, it's a hobby of mine and I love old film, but I could find something pretty significant. And the crazy thing is, it's very likely that I found stuff just so quickly. It's pretty hard to believe it is, I know it is. But yeah, the stuff I've got very likely to be missing, because I did some research. Yeah, I did some research and I did find out that many episodes from this series actually do not exist in the official archives, and I have them here. But I do have a very good method of getting these sort of films, I do, and to potentially find missing content, I've got a very good method to do it. However, this is not something that will happen on a regular basis. You should know that for a fact, because this is something that only really happens from time to time. So don't expect like December or Christmas time I like recover like an episode of Softly or anything like that. Don't think like that. This takes time. It takes a lot of time. It might be like another 2 years or 5 years until I find something else significant. You know? It's just the way it goes really with this sort of stuff. But it's nice and crazy that I've already found something very likely to be missing. Just a bit hard to take in, I would say. But anyway, enough chit chat. I will now go to the segment of me looking up of what the content is on these films, and you will know what I have found. Yeah, on this film it says Living Tomorrow 117 without being an episode name. And Living Tomorrow was a series from 1969, so started in 1969 to 1983. Now about Living Tomorrow was a science magazine series produced by London Television Service for broadcast on television outside the UK. The London Television Service was a film production unit of the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office, who were tasked with making programmes to be shown on TV stations abroad. Now with this person's research, which I found out, he says this: my research seems to indicate that many programs from this series, including this one, which is the one he's showcasing, which is episode 242, do not exist in the official archives. But this is the problem I'm getting. I can't find like an episode list of this series, so I don't know what's existing or what's missing. I really don't know. So I finally went through every single one of these plastic films. Again, I didn't do these ones here because, you know, I think there's not really anything significant on them. But yeah, I went through all of them, and this is what I got. Now, I've got so many episodes of Living Tomorrow, and I know that many episodes from this program are in fact missing, but I don't know what episodes are missing. So if anyone knows, that would just be, you know, fantastic, because I don't know myself. I've emailed this missing episode page, this website. I'm still yet to get an email from them. So if anyone knows, that'll be great. But I have Living Tomorrow episode 58B, black and white. Living Tomorrow episode 78, black and white. Living Tomorrow episode 87, black and white. Living Tomorrow episode 89, black and white. Then we have colour ones. Now Living Tomorrow episode 103. Living Tomorrow episode 115. Living Tomorrow episode 117. Living Tomorrow episode 122. 130. And these two, I don't know, because they don't have an episode number, but they are black and white. But I don't know what episodes there are. I'm probably going to have to buy a film projector to check these out. And here, we have this one, which is just Living Tomorrow, but Spanish. I've got some other stuff here as well. I've got a 300-foot film here, but I don't know what's on it. I don't recognise it whatsoever. Doesn't look important now. And then all these are all the same. They're called Hydroditcher and Bank Cutter, and by looking at it, it seems to do stuff with like vehicles. But these here, I know there's stuff missing of this program, but I'm just still waiting for a message or someone to help me out. What is missing from the show? Because I have no idea. So there we go. The Ultimate Showcase is finished, concluded. You know, it took some time to get there, but yes, it's finished. I've showcased a lot of Doctor Who stuff, haven't I? A huge number of Doctor Who books, nice bundles, amazing finds in shops, a countless amount of rare books, 13 in section 3, and in section 4 I reveal a piece of TV history in part 1 of 3 of section 4, being a Super 8mm film of Daleks Invasion Earth, the Peter Cushing movie, sorry. That was just incredible. It's probably one of my favourite items in my collection. I will definitely treasure it. It'll be worth so much money in the future. Definitely nice to own that Walton film. Part 2 was just a massive unboxing of Target books. You know, Target books, I only really had one, which was either the Daleks. I needed to get a heck of a lot of Target books, and I did. And then the last part of it, the announcement. I announced potential missing episodes. It seems like people actually nailed what the announcement was, which was a bit surprising if I'm honest. So actually people were alluding that I actually had missing content, or I actually recovered something. And yeah, I had many episodes of this series called Living Tomorrow, and I have checked. Very difficult to find research on this show, but for the life of me I can't find a list to like show what's missing or whatnot. I really can't find anything. I did email this website that has like dedicated to missing episodes to find out more about it. At this point in time, they still haven't emailed me. They probably get a lot of emails due to missing episodes, so I'm probably in like a queue or something, I don't know. But I messaged them saying like I have episodes of Living Tomorrow, all of the episodes listed that I've got, and I was saying to them, are they worth something? Is there in fact missing episodes from this series, just to get a better answer? But I haven't said anything yet. No reply from them yet. But yeah, I just have to wait and see about that. But yeah, I always made the joke that the books were too easy, so I would move on to recover like TV and collect like films and whatnot. Yeah, it looks like I'm doing that now. It's pretty crazy that I've stumbled across something which is very likely to be missing, and I haven't collected 60mm film for that long, so pretty crazy stuff that I pulled off. Yeah, I will update on this Living Tomorrow thing if anything comes through. And yeah, if like the London television service who produced this series like want it, if they don't for whatever reason, then I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably keep it really. So yeah, thank you so much for watching the Ultimate Showcase. I hope everyone enjoyed it. What's coming up next on the channel is actually December schedule in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the Ultimate Showcase. It's been a blast. It's been a ride. Loads of twists and turns and reveals. And I've definitely enjoyed recording it. So, see you in the next video, which will be a TG Updates video revealing the December scheduling 2016 videos. Hopefully it will all go to plan. So thanks for watching, and of course, have a good one.